Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? So I suppose you're wanting to... I suppose you might be wanting to see the surprise. Ba-bam! Halloween skin for my avatar. It's not that exciting. I've been fussing over what exactly I'd be doing for a Halloween skin. And then I had a brain blast this morning. So, Kingdom Hearts Halloween skin. Yippee! All right. How how's everybody doing today? Well, pretty good. Pretty good according to Zoe. That's good. So, I'm sure you could probably tell from the subject matter that we're dealing with today. Hey. Hey, you. Don't diss the grippers. It's just for Halloween. No, I'm sure you can probably tell uh from the title and the thumbnail and the general subject matter that we're going to be covering today, viewer discretion is advised. Um, Obviously, this is a live stream. I can't guarantee what exactly is going to be covered. Um, but, I'll try not to flash any disturbing imagery on screen, but there might be discussions of some very uncomfortable topics. Kind of the point of this stream. Um, so just a fair warning, not for the faint of heart. We might be going over some things that might make people uncomfortable on a disturbing level, on a cultural level. So if you have any sensitivities, proceed with caution. But if you think you can manage, if you're pretty sure you can get there, in the spirit of the subject, I encourage you to stay if you think you might be able to. You could turn the stream off at any time, and something I'm going to say that is going to be true for this whole stream and afterwards, and it's going to be a repeating theme. Art can't hurt you. Okay? So keep that in mind. What's the art from the thumbnail? I'm so glad you asked. It is. Let me double check. It is. Oh, I'm gonna
Okay.
hear my. Uh-oh, echo. It is from a artist called Dusty Ray. I linked his Instagram in the description of this video, so if you like the art that I use in the thumbnail, go check him out on Instagram, give him a follow. His art is amazing. Um, Kind of reminds me of like Francis Bacon and a couple other artists like that. Um, but yeah, so we're gonna bring out something that I haven't brought out in a little while, but I am. So this is what I like to call the circle of growth and learning. Everybody has a comfort zone that is represented by this little lavender bit right here. And everybody has this red zone as well. So, purple zone, or like the lavender zone, is where you feel safe and calm. You're not really pushing yourself to do anything that makes you uncomfortable. And red is danger, danger. You're either in physical harm, um, or you're in some sort of mental harm. Like you're in danger of having a panic attack or breaking down, or even in the state of being triggered. Um, and in between those two zones is the discomfort zone, but it's also the learning zone. And it's just far enough outside of your comfort zone that you're not getting hurt, but you're putting your little toe over the line. And what actually happens when we put our little toe in the line and we step into our discomfort zone, but not so far that we're feeling unsafe, um, we actually get to grow our comfort zone. So the more and more we allow ourselves to feel comfortable, we internalize that feeling, um, and we process those emotions that we feel when we're uncomfortable. Um, the bigger our comfort zone will be. And I hope that today, either we kind of go into that discomfort zone, or I encourage you to seek some of those things out. Things that might make you uncomfortable, but might make your world a little bit bigger for venturing out into them. The great thing about art is that unlike things such as like thrill seeking, physical activity like rock climbing or skydiving, um, the great thing about art is in comparison to those, there's no mortal risk to looking at art. Um, there's not a piece of art in the world that can kill you or cause you physical harm. It could cause you some distress and emotional harm. That's a whole other thing, but you can always heal from that, you know. Um, so even if you do go a little bit further than you intended, you can always walk that back. You can always process that emotionally. You can look, you can reach out to the people around you to help you process that. Uh, and it kind of makes, if you did get hurt, makes that hurt feel a lot better. Um, Expanded my capacity to consume horror by playing the Resident Evil games and reading horror manga. If you've never read horror, horror is a great way to do that. And we are going to be talking a lot about horror today. Um, but we're going to be talking about some other things too. Okay. And art can be anything from pictures, paintings, photos. It can be video games, it can be movies, it can be music. All of that is included when I talk about disturbing art. Okay. I'm going to hide this little circle right now. Now, actually, let's bring it back for one more second. Now, what we want today is it's okay if you're in this purpley pink zone. What we don't want is if you're in this red zone. So if you ever get into that red zone, if you feel overwhelmed and unsafe, end the stream. Close it, go do something else, um, practice some breathing exercises, that sort of thing. You do not have to savor this stream if it goes too far. But if you do find yourself in that discomfort zone, sit with those feelings. I challenge you to do that. All right. So I do have some topics today. How do I want to do this? I have like a little write up, but I don't want to like. Okay. We're just gonna talk right now. So I have four things that we're gonna go over today in terms of uncomfortable art. Let's just make a little text layer. 6. There we go. Okay. So the first thing we're going to go over is healing. If I could just. No, thank you for the super chat page. Welcome back to 6.6 CRNFM. I'm your impost with the most Crimson Ender. Thank you, Paige. Like that. Come on, get out of here. There we go. And we're going to make this a little bit bigger. Perfect. So, healing. There's some arts that can help us heal. Will we have a call in? Absolutely, we're going to have a call in. I'm going to go over like the 4 things I want to focus on today and some examples in film or shows. And then I'm going to have call-ins and hear some examples and opinions from other people. Okay, so the first one is healing. Disturbing art can help us heal. And three pieces of media that really helped me heal are Midnight Mass by Mike Flanagan, The Golden Compass by Brain Farts, Philip Pullman. One moment, gotta go grab my food. Sorry about that. All right. Yes, the 3 pieces that I am referring to with healing is for how disturbing art can help us heal is Midnight Mass by Mike Flanagan, Evangelion by Hideki Anno, and The Golden Compass by Philip Pullman. I'm sure that it's pretty obvious what I'm referring to when I'm talking about the things that I'm healing from. A lot of it has to do with religious trauma. And they've been like very cathartic in terms of helping me heal. Seeing this thing that I believed in or I was subjected to for my childhood and adolescence be deconstructed, being able to examine those feelings of a religious abuse in a safe environment, for me, really helped me heal from all of that. The second in my little list is learning. That is not centered. Annoying. Alignment. Center. There we go. learning. So we can learn about like historical things that, or like things about our world that, you know, we tend to turn a blind eye on because the truth is disturbing to think about. Some examples I'm going to list off is Us by Jordan Peele, Rhymes for Young Ghouls by, let me, I'm so bad with names of like directors and stuff. Um, Jeff Barnaby. And my last one was Selma by Ava DuVernay. I believe I'm pronouncing that right. Um, and these are things that maybe I hadn't really thought about very much. And they're very uncomfortable truths. And facing these things allowed me to learn more about the world that I live in, even if the reality of that world isn't so great. Um, Now, a lot of these have to do with racism. Us and Selma um, against Black people, and Rhymes for Ghouls against Indigenous people. Like I watched these things and I felt something and it made me uncomfortable, but I processed those feelings and it made me care about it more. Come and See is a fantastic film to reference for this. I've heard good things, but I haven't actually sat down and watched it. And I wanted to only reference books and movies that and shows that I have personally read or watched. But absolutely, yes. Um, okay, third one, empathy. Um, there could be a bit of crossover between learning and empathy. Um, but I feel like there's still enough of a distinction because the empathy, it can be on a personal level or it can be on a cultural level. And the ones I listed, oh my god, I should have wrote down the directors, but it's fine. Yes. God, okay. So the three that I wrote down are Midsummer by Ari Aster, Moonlight by Barry Jenkins, and My Sister's Keeper by Jodi Picoult. Um, Again, these are movies that like they have some disturbing themes. They're very uncomfortable on different levels. Moonlight and My Sister's Keeper aren't horror. Same with some of the other entries aren't horror, but it makes us uncomfortable to look at. Um, Jodi Picoult's My Sister's Keeper is about a young girl who is basically a donor to her sister, was basically born to be a donor to her sister who was chronically ill, um, donating her blood marrow, or her bone marrow, which is very painful, donating her blood. And she basically feels like she's being used for spare parts by her parents. And so she gets a lawyer pro bono to basically get emancipation from her parents so that this can't happen anymore. And it's kind of disturbing because like it feels a little bit like she's being abandoned, like her younger sister is being abandoned, or that maybe she doesn't love her. And it's disturbing because they're children. And like we don't want like this little girl with that's chronically ill to die, but it's also not fair to this other girl to for her to be used as like body parts. It was fucked up. Yeah, Squeakers, it was fucked up. Moonlight is the life and times of a gay black man slash boy, because we see him as a child as well, and what it was like for him growing up. Um, it's a brilliant movie. It's more of a romance drama than it is it's, I wouldn't call it horror, but it's hard to think about people having that experience of like experiencing this um intersection of like racism and homophobia and this like toxic masculinity and how it harms gay black men. Um, so it kind of overlaps a little bit with learning, but it's really good at making you feel for the main character, I would say. In Midsummer, I feel needs no introduction. It's about a girl who is on her relationship with her boyfriend is on the rocks shortly after her parents died and sister died, and they basically get swept up in a cult while on a trip to Europe. It's it's interesting because you're asked to feel empathy for this character who ultimately succumbs to this cult. And it's very disturbing, and like I feel like Ari Aster's going through something, you know? Um, because a lot of his movies are like that. But um and I feel like sometimes people mistake feeling empathy with like, oh yeah, this person is right. Just because you can empathize with someone doesn't mean that they're right, you know? Something that I would advise all people to keep in mind. Um, okay. And the last one that we're going to cover is growth. And these are movies and art and stuff that are kind of like coming of age, and there's like a maturity to them. Um, and stuff that like you kind of have to wrap your head around to grow up. Do you need to consume these specific pieces of art to grow? Probably not, but they do encompass concepts, I think, um, that we need to sort of internalize in order to become full people. And you can do that in a variety of ways, but I would say that these specific um, pieces are really good at communicating those messages. And the ones I have listed are Carrie by Stephen King, The Butterfly Effect by Eric Press and J. Mackie Gruber, and Donnie Darko by Richard Kelly, which I think was based on a book, but I never read the book. I only watched the movie. Um, yeah, and these movies, like they're coming of age movies, but there's like a dark twist to them because I feel like a some coming of age movies like they don't wrestle with some of the disturbing things about growing up and things like taking responsibility for your own destiny and that sort of thing. But those movies, I think, really good at communicating those ideas. I know this hasn't been a very visually stimulating stream just yet, but what I'm hoping is that if we talk to some people on the call in section of the show, they'll be able to uh, they'll be able to get us into some interesting show us some interesting things. And while we're waiting for people to filter in, maybe see. I'm nervous about playing trailers, but we'll play some trailers. Okay. So, if you've never been to an episode of the Inferno, here's how it works. I kind of say my little piece, um, and then we welcome into a Discord stage some callers from the audience, and I'll take them one at a time. So if you're interested in being involved, I'm my Discord link is posted in the description of this video right now. So you can go ahead and join. There's no cost. And I will be starting a stage here in a moment. Um, mm, all right, stage is open. And people are joining. If you would like to participate, make sure to put your little hand up. Oh, we've got somebody. Let's freaking go. Hopefully my audio is working.
Hello, can you guys hear me at all? How do I sound? I am on my tablet, so my audio should be much clearer.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn you up a little bit, but I
And I actually
think.
have notes. Yeah, this has been a topic I've been wanting to talk about on a stage for quite some time. Because to preface this, I had actually spoken about something like this
Oh,
similar
wait,
regarding.
wait. Could you
Okay.
introduce yourself first?
Okay, well, as you can see, my icon, my username, I'm Gas Station Candy. I'm a Hispanic woman, autistic, and I've been a little weirdo ever since I can remember, right? Ever since childhood. I've always been a very strange child. My hyperfixations have always leaned to I guess people would call it having a morbid inclination
hmm
and like being a person of color gives you a very personal tie to often morbidity or like to disturbing things due to the nature of being a person of color and somebody on the spectrum as well. I wish that my friend was here to speak on this because he's also a trans mask. Like he's a man of color and he's a massive horror fan. And we talked about this before, how sometimes when you're, autistic, a person of color, the world is a very frightening place. And oftentimes, we can't put how we feel into words. So we
hmm
gravitate towards pieces of media who say it for us.
Yep.
And and this is why I am such a massive champion of there are times where darker pieces of media impact us in ways that something more wholesome just cannot give us that catharsis. And I have a couple of let's see, things, that I wanted to talk about, ranging from, like the more big bean heavier stuff to actually a child's program that I think skirted the lines between being quite terrifying, but still being like a show for children.
Yep.
That was one of the things that shaped my whole perspective on this. So I'll start off by talking about the film Come and See, and I know that I'm not the only one in your circle that has mentioned it. Like Anthony has talked about it quite a bit before. And I saw this film back in 2017 on such a ironic way. I watched this film in parts on the website LiveLeak, and so Come and See is a film about the Belarusian people during
Hmm.
World War II. And to preface this, I had no idea who the Belarusian people are, were, and since then, like their country really doesn't exist anymore. And I knew nothing about them. I had no idea that they had a conflict in World War II. And you follow two children as they kind of embark on this very disturbing, surreal journey through how like how the Nazis invaded their village and yeah, destroyed villagers and their people, and how they do it is that they force the audience to kind of feel like you are in the main character's place. They use a lot of close-up facial shots of like the main character looking horrified or disturbed, and this film doesn't shy away from, showing the brutality of what happens, but like it does it and like in this very dream-like kind of nightmarish way that feels like you're in a nightmare you can't wake up from. And this movie, I honestly believe, yeah, that this film should be shown in schools because of not only do you learn about a set of people that not very many people know about, it gives you a very difficult question in this film that that Anthony brought up as well, that when and there's a montage in this film that like kind of counters, that kind of splices in footage of Hitler doing his speeches to where like it flashes back to him when he was a child and
Hmm.
to
Yeah.
when he was a baby. And so it gives you this extremely difficult question to confront that, like every person was a baby once. And, like, like, oh, when you grow up, we are all capable of becoming a truly terrible person.
Yeah.
And
I
it's such a very haunting, beautiful montage. Like, that film is honestly very well needed. And some people would say, why why make it so violent? Why make it so viscerally violent? And when this film was showed in theaters, there were accounts of this man who stood up. Oh my God, it's Anthony's in here, but like who stood up and said, "This I experienced this.
Yep.
This this was what it was like when I was there, and nobody talked about it." And he felt that catharsis, like somebody was talking about what happened to his people. And oftentimes in quote unquote developed countries, like like we, like I'm lucky to live in the United States. Like I come from Mexico, and my own village has been, like unfortunately there has
Mm.
been violence there in recent years, and right now currently the city where I live is unfortunately having some cartel issues, um and like we are lucky enough to live in a developed country more or less to where we don't really have to fear for our lives. And when you say, like, well, why couldn't you make like the movie less visceral? That would be doing a disservice
Yep.
to the people
Yep.
who died and suffered. You would be whitewashing their history, and that would be killing them again in a way.
I feel like it's like this is the list that I provided earlier. I feel like there's always some overlap. It's not always going to be one thing or another that you benefit, um, you reap the benefits of from disturbing art. And like this one, it's kind of like you're learning, but you're also emphasizing with these people. But for the people that this happened to, it could be it's healing to be able to see, um, and unpack what you felt in a way that's safe and you feel seen, I think.
Yes, like, and this ties into the other sort of talk, like person that I wanted to talk about. And I recently was reading some of her work because there was a YouTuber who mentioned her once, and her name is Susan Sontag, famous journalist. and feminist, and she had an essay that is published as a book called "Regarding the Pain of Others." And
I
I've
think
been
I've heard
reading
of that
through.
one.
Yes, and this book was pretty much saying what I was saying. She brings up, like how photographs capture the event in, as it happens, and how photography, especially during the time without the internet or the 24-hour news cycle, we didn't know. I mean, when, say, during the Vietnam War, when that one photo, that's titled "A Napalm Girl," was brought to the United States, very many people first saw the true brutality of war, and that this war is, should not have been waged in the first place. And yeah, without those sort of without photos like that, we would not see the pain that would be being caused, and we would not be able to have the empathy or compassion, because sometimes we do need a slap in the face to kind of get things moving. And that's kind of what she was, trying to, she had, more, more stuff going on, how to completely live in this kind of like wholesome la la land is almost being in a state of constant juvenile, of like being almost a juvenile, in kind of stuck in that mindset, and kind of in a way of being in this toxic positive mindset that you can't engage with this stuff because it's going to hurt you. But to me, like, I feel, like it is denying trying to explore your feelings. And I'll even say, and I'll connect that to one more thing. There is an episode of The Sopranos called Employee of the Month that and I've seen this from very many fans of the series who have survived, like a assault, found this episode extremely cathartic and very healing in a way, for seeing what a character goes through and how they are comforted by another character, and them grappling with the aftermath of it. I think that that was a very beautiful episode. Like, to be honest, like, that was one of the best ones from this series. Just with how, yeah, there was compassion, a lot of compassion showed towards the character. And some people would say, but like, why, yeah, like, why do you feel comfort in this? Well, because for many people, it's you're separating yourself and what happened to you in the past, and seeing a fictional character go through it and get comforted by it, and and kind of in turn you yourself find this sort of healing in this safe contained space. And I will always be the person to champion media, darker media like that, because it gives people a safe area to understand their own, past,
Yep.
with like difficult things. And that was how I felt about that episode. And with a movie that I recently watched called A Mysterious Skin,
Hmm.
that was such a beautiful, raw portrayal of a similar concept, not like the same, but with like similar themes. And that was a gorgeous, haunting movie, and I feel like a new person after it. Like, I honestly do feel like when you encounter films like films like, no, wait, I am not just films, but books and TV shows, etc., songs, you feel like you're shedding an old skin and
Mm.
coming anew from it.
Now, one thing I wanted to talk about with you specifically, because I showed the server, and in particular you, I knew you were going to like it. I showed a movie last night called Antiviral, and I was really excited to show it to you because I knew it was going to be right up your alley. Um,
It made me so fascinated, especially with modern influencer culture. And a part of me feels, yeah, like this film came out during the correct time
yeah,
for that
2000,
discussion.
2012 was when it was on the film festival circuit in Canada, and I think was released in 2015. It was published on streaming platforms. So yeah, it did come out right at the right time, I
At a
suppose.
perfect, amazing time.
And that's something that I didn't quite consider it. I guess it can kind of fold into healing. But you mentioned like, hmm, I think that sometimes awful things happen to us, and and we feel like really alone, and like, oh, I'm a freak, like I'm such an awful person. You feel guilt, I think, for going through
I'm
something
a
terrible
creep,
like
I'm a
assault.
weirdo, etc. Yeah, whatever
But
the Radiohead song meant, right?
but then you see that somebody else has felt your pain, and you feel a little less alone, I think. And it just gives you an outlet to process it.
Yeah,
Um,
because when you see somebody hurting, that breeds compassion and empathy in you. And that's probably why Susan Sontag's writing really gave me that brain blast, because I was thinking about that so much, that seeing somebody hurting, it elicits a emotion of compassion and empathy for them, because you have probably felt the same way and you would want to help somebody in their moments of pain. And that
yeah,
shows compassion. And I wanted to cycle it to the children's show that I wanted to talk about, that
let's freaking
I
go.
hope that we've all watched in our lifetime, because it's one of the most beautiful cartoons of all time. But Courage the Cowardly Dog. There is an
Mm,
episode of that show that, like, to me, horror movies reflect the experience of the marginalized, of outliers of society. And the episode, The Hunchback of Nowhere, really emphasizes the fear of somebody that looks scary or different, but shows their humanity. Where
mm,
Courage meets this scary hunchback guy, he's terrified of him, but then he becomes his friend, and he sees that he wasn't a bad person. Like, he looked kind of off-putting, but he wasn't a bad person,
yep.
and he becomes his friend. And oftentimes, horror reflects those experiences. Like, I'm also somebody with a disability. I have, like, chronic health issues, but like I also have a stutter. So, like, I relate heavily to, like, like those sort of, like, characters, like, yeah, the Hunchback of Notre Dame or Frankenstein's monster. Like, those stories, you see yourself in the othered, and that breeds, like, a empathy for you. But, like, for people that aren't disabled, they can also find compassion and feel for us, and that connects humanity in a way like Courage found friendship in the Hunchback.
I'll also say that like I'm really glad that you started coming on these streams because I think that's how we started talking. And I do say this as sincerely as I can that I think my world would be a little darker without you in it, Jazz. I like really appreciate our
I know, and
discussions.
I know. I mean, like, I wish that yeah, that my other friend was here too, because yeah, she, she's non-binary as well, she, they, and we talked about this many times. She got me fascinated with nuclear energy, and I've actually been reading a very fascinating book, I want because I wanted to understand and experience something even though I wasn't there for it. And the book is The Last Train from Hiroshima. This
Mhm.
man, whose, I guess, his life passion has been um getting, like, like getting oral, like, history from survivors, family, artwork of people that were present at Hiroshima and Nagasaki during the bombings. And the way he
Mm.
writes with such detail, but with such empathy and compassion and humanity for these people, and just like the haunt, like, the imagery, it sticks with you, because, like, I don't know what why I'm so inclined to want to know about these things, like during my time growing up. I was also very fascinated with the Holocaust and 9/11 because I wanted to understand why and how can we prevent this
Yep.
from happening again. And because, like we often say that we ignored it, say that if we whitewashed history, these things would continue to happen. And how, like I said, it would take away from like from like yeah, that strips away the humanity of these people that died or survived. Like how, yeah, these events. And like say to the survivors who see things whitewashed, that would that would make me infuriated to know that they're not telling the truth, but they're telling a sanitized version,
Yeah.
so it doesn't um yeah so yeah, so it doesn't make people feel sad or upset or disturbed, right?
Well, it was sad and it was disturbing and it was awful, and
Yeah,
we can't shy away from that, that's just lying to ourselves and to the people that experienced that.
I know, and I am just so happy that you had me on to talk about this. Like, I could talk about this forever, like, yeah, this has been a fascination of mine. I can't help being this way, but I also think that it's not bad of me to be this way because, like, I've often been told that I am somebody that people find comfort in because
Yes.
I understand, and I also just don't judge them in their darkest moments because like who am I to, right?
Yes,
But
exactly.
yeah, like I just am down for any sort of conversation. But I did want to touch on something before I go, and I actually discussed this with on a live stream about 2 summers ago, so maybe summer 2022 or late summer 2022. But with the YouTuber Lazy Bedhead, we were discussing a YouTuber and the dangers of overconsumption of this media. And yeah, that was also something that I found extremely fascinating because what we were discussing was a real life graphic footage. And I honestly believe that too much consumption of that can hurt you, but there is a massive difference between real life and fictional depictions of something.
I think you've
And
got
we
to
always have to set that in there.
I think you've got to ask of the question like why are you looking at it? Are you looking at it
Yeah,
like
why?
cuz like there's like people I think that go true crime is a great example where they
Oh yeah.
turn it into a consumerism product. And if you're
That could be
turning
its own topic.
yeah.
I have always wanted to talk about this. I've even talked about it with you at length since my history has. I mean, yeah, since my family has a history with this, unfortunately. So it gives me a different perspective on the reality of it. But, like, hi, yeah, like, if you want to, do this as a topic, I would love to talk about it. Yeah, like, as somebody that I guess has been consuming true crime since childhood or
Mhm.
like having a fascination with it, that would also be something I would be completely down with to discuss.
Absolutely. It could be a October stream. It might be a November stream. We'll see how the cards play out. But I do want to cover true crime at one point. But that's like a big bean topic
It
that
is
real
you need
people
a
are
lot of
affected by. Yeah.
it's gonna need extreme sensitivity. Like I really dislike the flippantness that it has now. It like it's something that has disturbed me for a while, but like I'm gonna go ahead and bounce so we can let somebody else take like the talking like thing because like I've already been yapping for too much. So I'm gonna go ahead and bounce. But thank you for having me on.
Thank you, Jazz, for being here. Bye bye.
You're welcome, my love. I'll see you later.
Bye bye. Awesome. Thank you so much, Jazz. All right. Uh oh. I did. Mm, see if he's around. We'll see if he's back. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's back yet, though. Yeah. I think that was very informative, and it's kind of touches on things that I don't always think about. Like when I make these episodes, that's why I get other people to weigh in, because I can't account for everything. Like I grew up in North America in a rural, poor, but generally pretty safe town. So, I can't account for the experiences of someone like Jeff. Oh, here we go.
Oh, hello
Hello.
there. Hello there. Sorry. Just went to grab some tea.
It's okay. Do you want
I
to?
figured it'd be a nice conversation, so I decided to grab some lovely tea and hope that takes care of me there.
Would you care to introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. Hello, everyone. My name is Anthony. I am a writer, YouTuber, friend of the channel, hopefully. If
Yes,
you'll happen here. Oh,
absolutely.
there you go. There we go. Disturbed, Krim, by something you've done that's truly heinous.
Yes.
I am shocked and appalled that your little guy is wearing shoes. I thought I knew the channel's branding as a shoeless place. I came to this chat without socks on, just because I felt that was the appropriate attire.
Oh my god.
And now I come here feeling betrayed and hurt by this.
I can't, like I cover him up. I let the little claws out. Like I can't make anybody happy.
No, just heinous, Krim. I am already on a bad foot already here.
Okay, that's enough with the foot jokes. I'm getting a little.
Okay, I'll stop. Okay, I'll stop. Okay. But yeah, no. So I have a few videos here and there. I've done some cool stuff, I guess.
Yeah, a couple things. I've watched some stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's anything. I've only had a couple videos up. I have a very small channel. It's no big deal.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That being said, though, I have been a longtime fan of disturbing material and art and media and film, especially, and literature as well. Even before starting YouTube, I had written for websites like Dread Central, mainly focusing on disturbing media to some extent. One of my first articles for Dread was actually on the movie Possession. If you've ever seen that one from the 80s.
Let me look it up. Maybe I've watched a lot of horror.
This one, oh yeah, this one. If you've seen it, you'll recall it. I'll put it that way. I don't think it's a Canadian production, so I don't think that's a factor. But it's quite good. About Sam Neill. He plays a husband who comes home and his wife wants to divorce him, and it's a story about a marriage crumbling and also tentacles. Lots of tentacles.
Apparently
so
it was maybe remade. Sam Raimi?
I heard that they were remaking it. Like Sam Raimi's remaking it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the I mean, as a producer or as a director, because I feel like as a producer, okay, but I don't know if Sam Raimi's style meshes with.
Yeah, he's kind of goofy.
Yeah, he's really silly. Like I like Sam Raimi generally, but like I don't see that mixing with like serious relationship drama unless he's like a producer.
Yeah, I don't. The actress looks familiar, but I'm not recognizing any of the scenes, so I don't think I saw that one.
That's fair. That's a really good one. But no, so the point I'm trying to make is that art in general I love disturbing stuff. I think we need disturbing media in order to like kind of experience human nature in a different way.
Yes. I'm assuming you weren't here for the first part of my stream.
No, I just got on late. I was getting on the middle of of before, but I didn't hear the start of it. I can say this though from my personal experience as a enthusiast of horror. Oh, I was too busy getting groceries, is what it was. I
Okay.
got started late. But what I think ultimately happens with disturbing media is it's a great avenue to explore some of the more less pleasant components of life.
Yep.
And even back in the 30s and 40s when cinema was just entering the talkie phase, there was some deeply disturbing media out there.
Oh.
One that comes to mind is The Black Cat from 1934, which, granted by today's standards, it's like it's more like a low key horror film, but back in the 30s, it was pretty extreme. It dealt with Bela Lugosi and Boris Karloff, their lifelong rivals, and Boris Karloff runs a satanic cult, essentially, that involves, let's just say, doing things with dead bodies that are not exactly something you should do with them. There's a scene involving an embalming rack where Bela Lugosi flays Boris Karloff, and it's all done in shadow. It's all off screen. You don't actually see any of the knives going or whatever, but like for the time, it was pretty extreme. And I thought really, really stunning when you go back to it. But thanks to the Hays Code, all that stuff was hidden, was suppressed for many years, which is disappointing because horror and extreme media, that was one of the first things to really push through the Hays Code, back when it was still in action. There's a French movie called Eyes Without a Face, and there were sequences in it that are deeply unsettling to look at. Like there is, the movie's about this woman who's injured. I think it's a car accident, but I forget specifically. And her father, who's a surgeon, tries to find a new face to put on his daughter. And there's some deeply unpleasant visuals, like from especially the surgery scenes, because they show it. There's the 50s or like maybe early 60s, and they're explicitly showing like faces being taken off surgically, faces being reattached to another person. It's like a real dark, disturbing visual. But this was the story that was suppressed thanks to the Hays Code for so long, and stuff like that showed the stark divide between the code era and the post-code era. People being contained for so long, the first thing to do is push the limits of what they can show.
Now, I kind of like, my main thesis for this is that like disturbing art, it can help you in multiple ways, and like the four main categories that I kind of named today was it can help you heal, it can help you learn, it can help you empathize with other people, and it can help you grow.
That's very true. All of that is true, and I feel like that speaks to the intentionality of disturbing media versus just showing awful, shocking stuff to stun you. A good example of this, I think, would be comparing something like, say, Last House on the Left to, I don't know, some of the other, its contemporaries in the 70s. Last House on the Left is a horror movie. It's I think it's the first horror movie directed by Wes Craven, who would go on to do Nightmare on Elm Street, Scream, Music of the Heart, oddly enough, as well. And in this movie, it's a remake of Ingmar Bergman's The Virgin Springs, essentially, which I feel that movie's a little artsy for my tastes. I mean, I get it just feels a little too film schooly for me, like a lot of Ingmar Bergman stuff. So I personally prefer Last House on the Left because I feel like it's more accessible as a film. In Last House, it focuses on these two girls that go into a concert, and this is the 70s, and they get kidnapped by a group of recently escaped criminals. And there's no nice way of putting this. They're assaulted and then murdered. And the criminals, when trying to find a place to crash for the night, end up staying at a bed and breakfast. And the bed and breakfast just happens to be run by one of the girls' family, by their parents. And the parents, over the course of these criminals' stay at their bed and breakfast, figures out that they have done something horrible to their daughter. Because I think one of the criminals, like, they steal like a necklace or something like that. I forget the specifics. And they see it on one of the people who's like staying at their house. Like, wait a second, hang on, that's odd. And it leads to a revenge story, essentially. It's a very disturbing film with some elements that haven't aged all that well. But
what's it called again?
The Last House on the Left.
That's I see. I have never watched Last House on the Left. I've been meaning to, but
Oh, it's a superb film, though upsetting. I don't think
yeah.
it's as upsetting as it was when it first came out. Like, there are a lot of points where you can tell that even Craven is deeply uncomfortable with the subject matter he's dealing with.
Yeah.
And in fact, I think Wes Craven in general was very intentional with his visuals, but you can tell like he knew he had to hit hard, but he also found it just as unpleasant as his audience did. And I think that's a key component. The humanity of these characters is never forgotten. Like, you always have a sense of, even like the criminals, you have a sense of their humanity in a way that's uncomfortable to acknowledge. There's a few subtle scenes where you get the sense that even they're kind of stunned by what they're doing, but they do it anyway. So it's hard to really, you get the real gravity of the situation from all perspectives. But the violence that you see, because the characters are so well humanized, because it's so naturalistic in so many ways, you get a sense that you're watching like a real act of cruelty, and these people are actually in danger, and it really forces you to empathize, yes, but it also has a message at the end that I think is really distinct from a lot of other revenge films at the time. Because you got to keep in mind, in the 70s, you got stuff like Death Wish, you got stuff like Straw Dogs and all that, and the end of the story is that these people, they get their revenge on those hurting them. But what's so interesting is that in Last House on the Left, the movie ends on a note of deep disappointment, like deep sadness of the futility of revenge. That even after all this is done, it doesn't really help. It just continues violence and pain.
Exactly.
And and that's a deeply difficult thing to communicate, because so often in film it's like, oh, the revenge is hollow, but this actually makes you feel a sense of hollowness when it's all said and done.
And that kind of ties back to what Jazz is saying, where like things get whitewashed and we get this like idea of what this like disturbing experience is like. And sorry to be that guy, but not to name any names, but I think there's a lot of people that like they kind of orbit around this like, oh, the bad guy did something bad, so the good guy hurts them, and then everything's better. And when that's
I can't imagine what you're referring to.
and that's it's not the reality that like if you punishing doesn't, it just continues the violence. It doesn't really help anyone. And movies like The Last House on the Left kind of force you to confront that. And it can help you heal, but it also can help you learn and grow and understand that if somebody does something awful to you, doesn't matter what you do, like it still happened, and it's better to focus on healing than it is to focus on causing violence yourself. I feel like The Last of Us 2, I don't know if you like it has it kind of tackles that in an interesting way, where we kind of get both sides. Where the names are escaping me. I've been really bad with names. At the beginning, a woman takes out Joel, the main character of the previous game, as an act of revenge. I can't remember what her name is though.
Abby. Yeah, that's Abby.
Yeah, Abby kills Joel as an act of revenge. And then we play as Ellie, and then at the end we have this opportunity to do the same thing to Abby that she did to Joel. And it's just like this cycle of revenge. And even though Abby made the decision to brutally hurt someone as an act of revenge, I think you have a choice in that. It's been a while since I've looked into it, and I think I only watched a Let's Play. I didn't play it.
It's been ages since I played The Last of Us 2. I only played that game once because I felt like it was just such a deeply unpleasant experience.
It is deeply, deeply unpleasant, but like, if you can stomach it, like Ellie can choose not to make the same decision that Abby did. Because if she killed Abby, then like who else would she be hurting?
And I think an alternate perspective on it as well is, I think, one of the most disturbing movies of all time, Irreversible, it's another movie about revenge. In this case, assault and revenge. And when I say assault, I mean very specific kind of assault. I think it's pretty clear what I'm referring to.
Yeah, yeah.
But the movie's told in reverse. So you start with the revenge and end with the crime itself. So each scene, it's kind of like Memento, where each scene takes place after the next scene, as opposed to following the scene. You know what I mean? It's all backwards. So you start with this incredibly brutal revenge, then figure out why that happened. And there's another element to it, and I guess I'll spoil the end of Irreversible, because I don't recommend, even though it is a great film, I don't think I can, in sound mind, recommend it. The end scene is the violent assault sequence, but the whole movie, it's the guy tracking down the people making the assault. It's the figuring out of everything. And there is a very strong sense that the person who committed, that the guy who's enacting the revenge for the woman, by the way, so the woman doesn't actually get the revenge, it's the guy, I forget the characters' names. You're pretty confident that he knows exactly who did it and all that, and he's figuring it out. But the very last scene, you get to the assault itself, and you realize he got the wrong guy. That someone else did it, and that so this cycle of violence wasn't just a cycle of violence; it was also completely pointless. Like, you didn't even get the right person.
Yep.
And now it's just cruelty for cruelty's sake. It's not even like a cycle; it's just like spreading from that. It's a ripple effect.
Yep.
And this guy's been on the outskirts of the story the whole time. Like, throughout, you realize the guy who did it was always there in the whole movie, just not ever in the right place at the right time. And it's so horrible. It's so deeply upsetting. And the scene itself, knowing that, makes it so much worse, because you know that they totally got away with it. And it's just you're left with this hollow, this uncomfortable, like, weight in your stomach. It's awful.
Well, I can assume this, like, oh, what did he do to justify this? Oh, but he gets it in the end. He gets it in the end. He gets it in the end. And it's like, ugh.
No, and it's such an awful scene. Like, it goes on for like 12, 14 minutes. Like, it's drawn out and upset. It's one of, in my opinion, one of the worst of that kind of scene I've ever seen. Like, it's so upsetting. I watch a lot of horrible movies and like disturbing stuff. I can't even watch this one again. Like, I watched it once. I'm like, you know what? I don't know if I can do this again. Yeah. Like, I've seen a Serbian film more than once. I've seen Martyrs more than once. I've seen Sallow more than once. I don't think I can revisit this one. Like, this one really bothers me. And I watched it years ago, and it's still, and that feeling of just like utter dread still hits me. Like, oh God, why?
Something.
And that's a great, and that's good storytelling. That's fantastic storytelling.
Something that it kind of reminds me of, and this is like a little bit not as intense, but it's still dealing with similar subject matter, is the Black Mirror episode White Bear.
Yes.
Where,
Black Mirror in general, but that especially.
Yeah, like Black Mirror is kind of hit or miss for me. Like, sometimes there's really good episodes. Sometimes it's like, okay, guys, we get it. Technology bad. But White Bear, I think, is a very strong episode. And there's another one. God, it's the one where he has to play the game, and at the end you find out that he's a predator. What is it?
Oh yeah. No, I know what you're referring.
It's like it kind of reveals in both of them that both of these people are awful, and we're like, it's a spectacle watching them suffer as like some sort of revenge or punishment. But it's like, you got to ask yourself, like, how far is too far? What is this doing? Like, it's just making someone suffer for what? And the point is, sometimes the point doesn't even seem to be to punish it, but to make a spectacle of their suffering. It's bloodlust.
100%. And I feel like that touched upon a lot of the quote unquote torture porn cycle of the 2000s. Like, that whole, of which a movie like Irreversible was a part of, technically. I think it was I think it was a French film, if I remember correctly. I think it's like called The New French Extreme. And that whole cycle was kind of the European offshoot of torture porn, where they just show you exploitative stuff, but sometimes you got some real art out of it, and other times you got like cheap entertainment.
I mean,
I'd say,
like,
yeah.
I can think of a couple. Human Centipede, like, what was even the fucking point
Mm,
of that? I've watched
to
that
shock you.
I've watched that 3 times, trying to be like, there's got to be something here, and there fucking isn't.
There's nothing. It's not even like
It's just
disturbing.
like,
Like I don't think.
hey, was that fucked up or what? And it's like you fucking guess so. A
Once you
similar,
get over the concept, it's not as bad though. I feel Human Centipede. I feel like
well,
once
but
you get
it's
past the
bleh, it's yucky.
sorry,
No, any
what?
a movie similar to that, but I think actually does sort of, because the reason why I was trying to find meaning in this movie is because I watched another movie called Teeth, and that one
Oh,
does,
Teeth. Yes, Teeth is great. I love
yes,
Teeth.
it's like, what it's communicating is so interesting, but it's also part of that cycle of, like, sort of like, and it kind of is like on the, like, superficially shot content, but
Mm-hmm.
the what it's talking about and, like, what it's trying to communicate is so much deeper than that. And
100%.
dear watchers, I cannot in good conscience say what Teeth is about on YouTube. Google it.
Yeah, no. Let's just say someone gets chompers in a place that they shouldn't have them.
Yeah, it is a good movie. It is like it's gross, and it's
Mm,
messed up, and it's weird, and it goes through a lot of disturbing imagery and themes, but it's not a bad movie. It's been a few years
no.
since I watched it, but I'm glad I watched it.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Teeth because when I was in high school, there were two films that a few of my friends kept saying were like, "Oh no, this is like extreme and shocking." And if you watch, they were kind of like a little more heady when it came to films, but they
Mhm.
always had a couple films where like, "No, these are really disturbing. This really shocked me." And it was Teeth, and the other one was Hard Candy. And I feel
Mm,
like thematically, stylistically, they're very different, but they're both very disturbing in different
hard
respects.
candy.
Hard Candy with Elliot Page
Yep,
and Patrick Wilson.
homeboy Elliot Page is from my side of town.
There you go.
And went to school with my ex, actually.
That is so cool. I love that. I love that.
Um, and now that I'm brain blasting back into, like, high school of disturbing movies that I watched when I was younger.
hmm
Um, Dead Girl. Did you ever hear that one?
That's the one where they find a dead body that they
It's
like
not
do
really
things with,
dead.
right? Well,
Yeah,
it's like kind of a zombie, kind of not a zombie, where
yeah,
they do stuff to it.
yeah, and it's like toxic.
Yeah, I watched that once.
That one was the hard watch, but it's also kind of like talking about objectification, and, like, it's
Yeah,
it's
because they
not
just
a,
use it as like a literal object.
yeah,
Essentially, they use the dead girl as like an object for whatever they want to do, and it's if I remember, it's again that's a while. It's been a while since I saw that one too. But I remember that one being really upsetting.
it was.
I'm seeing in the comments too another movie being mentioned around that same time, Martyrs, which I think is um, a profoundly great film. It's like part of the French extreme movement,
Mhm.
but the whole movie is brilliant, and it's brilliant in a way that's very unusual because the first half of the film feels like a fully different part of a fully different story than the second half, even though they're totally connected. Um, have you seen Martyrs?
I have not.
Okay, so I'll pitch it to you on the first half, but
Mhm.
the movie opens with a younger, like a child running away from this facility, screaming and bleeding, and you know something awful happened to her wherever she's running away from. She's adopted, not adopted. She's put up in an orphanage, and she meets a girl, and they become friends. Hard cut to years later, cut to a family living in a house. They're having breakfast. Get a knock at the door. In comes this woman who just guns them all down like viciously, like a completely cold, ruthless. And you realize this is the girl from the beginning of the film, and she's come back to the house where she was tortured as a young girl, and thinks that she's going to get revenge on the people who got her. And she thinks that she just got them, and she calls her friend. Her friend comes back, and she's like, "What is going on here?" She thinks her friend's gone off the deep end, and the whole movie, you first think it's going to be, oh, it's about the cycle of revenge. It's about, um, maybe the cycle of violence. But then it takes a hard shift in the second half into focusing on the way our relationship with pain
Hmm.
in how we actually, in some levels, deify those who experience pain, like
Yeah.
in the form of martyrism, and it's deeply disturbing. And I think, like, I watch it with my spouse, and we've watched some disturbing stuff in the past. Like, we've watched some extreme stuff, but like, we're both kind of at the end of the movie, we stop and go, like, "Ah, that was. It lingers with you. It's the movie you think about like months later and go, yeah, that was really messed up. Like, it's a great film. That's another good one. And I don't even think you can. I don't even think you can Google search and find a picture of it that's safe for work, because there are some visuals from that movie that are extreme.
Yeah. Oh, I will. I am interested in that one though. I
Yeah,
do. I do
yeah, it's
think
good.
that we as human beings try to deify like disturbing things, and there's like sometimes you just got to accept them for what they are, and you just got to
Mm.
process them. And I feel like making them this, maybe it's the stinky little atheist for me, but I think making things like this big spiritual, like mysterious thing is like an excuse not to process it. I think pain, death, like existentialism, um, those are difficult concepts to rationalize. And I think
Mm.
I don't,
Well,
yeah, I think it kind of halts growth to deify those things.
I think it's also very interesting because obviously I'm, Catholic. I'm from a Catholic upbringing, so there's a real different, because you go to church every day and you see a giant statue of a man being tortured in the worst possible way at the time,
Yeah,
and everyone's prays and worships to it. It's like there is this real sense of cultural interest in cultural obsession with pain.
yeah. I mean,
And
I grew up
it,
evangelical, so
Oh yeah, so you're in the same boat with that front.
yeah.
I'm very curious to hear what your atheist perspective would be on Martyrs, though. I feel like that film hits differently depending on if you have some religious belief, you fall out with organized religion, or if you have no religious belief at all. I feel like people take away something very different from the film. All disturbing, by the way. It's all very effective, but like
Yeah,
the way you perceive the disturbing content, I think, is different depending on what angle you look at it from,
yeah.
and I find that very interesting personally.
I
Um,
I, I had an
if you
experience.
watch it, let me know.
Yeah, I absolutely will absolutely watch Martyrs. I'll
Mm.
make a little
But the
list of.
French version, but the French version, not the
Oh,
American remake.
yeah,
There's a remake and it's bad.
I'll watch it in French too and everything.
Good, good,
I now
good, good.
this is a little bit dialing it back to maybe something more safe, but like
Hmm.
speaking of like atheist perspective on things that are like inherently spiritual, I just finished
Hmm.
my playthrough of Night in the Woods, and it gets kind
Ooh,
of
okay.
existential and spiritual at the end.
Mm.
And I could tell it was setting up to like uh go into this disturbing theme. And what I thought is that one of the characters was going to die, and we were going to have to kind of um, process that. And the character, you'd kind of be a little bit of a character study moment of everybody's reaction to this character dying. And there was a specific
Hmm.
character I thought was going to die, but it doesn't go there. It has like this
Mm.
big spiritual existential discussion, and like I didn't care. Like,
Yeah.
like I had those kind of introspections with myself a long time ago, and I came to a very nihilist, not like a negative nihilist. I like to think of it as like a happy nihilist perspective, and I'm okay with that. I'm the kind of like, yeah, we're all just specks, but like the specks around me matter to me a lot. So, that's kind of my perspective on that sort of thing. So,
Oh yeah, which totally
yeah,
makes sense. And again, I find that very interesting. Like
yeah,
I always say, art is a discussion, and I think that it's funny. Certain art, I
yeah,
say I'm Catholic, but there's a lot of there's like a spectrum of Catholicism. There's
yeah,
people who are like, they believe it, but they're not like, don't go to church every day. There's other people who are like adhere to the very doctrine as written in the papal books, or hold on, or whatever, what have you. But I find some works of religious media, when I read them, I just have a complete disengagement from it,
yeah,
or at best, and at worst, sometimes it's like a complete. I'm infuriated by it. I think a work that I think works as a work of religious media that also is a good piece of media on the whole is The Exorcist, the novel
Yeah.
or the film.
Yeah.
Even though the political nature, the politics of Blatty, the author, are completely antithetical to what I believe. Like he very much adhered to traditional Catholicism. He was in many ways very traditional, but I think how he captures the idea of religion in his work is very it's something that someone who is more agnostic can read and get and take something away from, and someone who's more religious can take something away from. And it's the same kind of general message that they are things that maybe we don't understand, we don't know. Maybe they're demons, maybe they're just things that kind of intersect with our cosmological understanding of the world but don't quite fit in.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's just some unknown other that we just haven't discovered yet. What I love about The Exorcist is the idea that, well, what I love is though it's like I look forward to it, but it's like a concept that I really like. It's the idea that it's about a mother,
Mm-hmm.
and there's something wrong with her daughter, and she's taking her to all these top, high end therapists, all these doctors, all these psychiatrists, and no one can figure out what's going on. And that human fear, I think, really gets to the heart of what I like about it. That and the whole thing with Damien Karras, the priest, who is he's a therapist, he's a priest, but he's lost his faith, and he's taking care of his mother, and the mother's very sick, and he can't afford a good doctor, and the mother starts to get really ill, and you get a sense that the mother blames her son for not having a better job to buy better. It's like all these compound Italian guilt things I personally, as an Italian, completely relate to. And like that element of it is so welcoming. Whereas other works of religious media, I feel they're so focused on the spiritual that they forget to be human stories. Which I think is why they don't work so much for me. Even though you can show me the most disturbing thing in a spiritual context, and it means nothing to me if I can't appreciate the humanity in the story, Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. As a Catholic, I'm sure. How do you feel about the works of Mike Flanagan? I'm like a big Mike Flanagan
I love
fan.
his work.
I've been
Mike Flanagan.
I've been following his stuff since he was in film school. Because I like.
Krim, we still gotta do that thing. You still gotta come over and we have to interview that for the thing I'm working on about Mike Flanagan.
Yeah, I'm gonna be talking about Mike Flanagan with Anthony at some point soon. So, but Midnight Mass, is like deals with religion in a way that I really like. And it it can appeal. The beautiful thing about Midnight Mass is it can appeal, I think, to any spirituality. And I think that was the intention, because you've got like your atheists, you've got your agnostics, you've got your Catholics, you've got some Muslim people on the island too, and everybody's kind of everybody's kind of acknowledged, and there's something very validating, even though the ending is so disturbing. It's also very very validating in the end, where everybody's, well, not everybody, but like all the heroes of our story can kind of like it's about mortality, and all the heroes of our story at the end of the movie walk upright towards death regardless of what they believe. And I just think it was very good, and it made me feel a lot of things. There was like sometimes I'd be like, oh, I know a person just like that I went to church with as a kid, and it just but it was something.
No, and again, what Mike Flanagan does so well is he remembers the humanity of his characters. That's front and center in all of his work. Like
exactly.
Even like aside from Midnight Mass, you have like The Haunting of Hill House with the one, was it the one ghost with the broken neck ghost? I forget the name of the ghost specifically.
The crooked neck lady, I think.
The crooked neck lady, yeah. Who, of course, we realize isn't a ghost, but more like a phantasm of future events. I won't say what happens because you really should watch it if you haven't seen it. Now's a good time to watch it. But Yeah, it's a fantastic little moment dealing with mortality, dealing with maybe unavoidable fate too.
Yeah.
And it's done in a way where you understand what's happening. It reinforces everything that came before. I feel like spiritual stuff, especially like if it's done well, is validating to anyone who watches it, because there is that sense of oneness with reality, with understanding, with acceptance, or uncertainty, and all of those components work if it's done in a way where it doesn't feel like the writer has stopped the story and is going, okay, kids, let me tell you the nature of the universe. It's like when that happens, I turn off. And I think
Yeah.
bringing it back to the core point of the idea, disturbing art is a great way to show these heavy ideas without feeling heavy-handed.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just finished watching Follow the House of Usher recently, and oh my goodness,
Oh yeah,
that
that
one
right there.
too.
And of course, I'm biased with that one because I love the all the Poe
Yeah.
allusions and
Yeah,
references.
me too. I love that. Oh, the Lenore. I didn't see like
Oh,
I love
that was
Poe, but I
heartbreaking.
did not see Lenore coming.
No, that was heartbreaking. That was genuinely heartbreaking.
And I feel like because my big opinion, and I'll talk about this with you later when we record for it, but something I like about Flanagan is that each and everything that he makes, he improves from. Like, he hears the criticisms of his last work and he kind of puts that into his next work.
Oh,
And
100%.
I feel like I can't stop thinking of Follow the House of Usher because it was so good. And it dealt with so many things like guilt and death and eternal life and, like, again, Lenore. Like,
That was heartbreaking. That was
yeah,
genuinely so impactful.
yeah.
I watched it a while back, so it's not as fresh in my memory, I think, because I think you said you just saw it. But
I
like,
saw it like a week or two ago. Yeah,
oh yeah, that's gonna be very fresh in your memory then.
yeah,
That the whole thing with Lenore is the one thing that stood out the most to me, even like a year later. Like
yeah,
that's how powerful that bit is.
yeah.
Was it a year? Well, maybe I don't know when did I finish it.
It's been out for about a year now, I think.
It always. I realized before that I think like more time has passed in the last year than it really has. Like it's weird. It feels like, oh yeah, that was ages ago. Like, no, that was 7 months ago. Okay.
Yep.
It's wild. But no, and it's funny too. Like Flanagan, with his earlier work, you go back to it, and you're like, yeah, it still hits, but like, there's something about he grew as a director. I think once you got to like Haunting of Hill House and Doctor Sleep, that's when he really hit his stride. I think.
Yep.
Like that.
Oculus is still great, but
Oculus is fantastic, but
it's a very different story.
it is very.
Sorry, somebody
I
brought up
feel
a
like
movie I really like in the
which one? Jacob's Ladder.
Jacob's Ladder. Oh my god! As like
Oh
a
my god, I love
Silent
it.
Hill fan, I watched Jacob's Ladder after being a big Silent Hill fan, and like
Oh
I
yeah,
can
you can
see
see
the
it.
inspiration. I love Jacob's Ladder. I just love that, and Silent Hill also, but like that's like
You
a
know, it's
whole
funny.
other thing to unpack. Oh my goodness.
Silent Hill 2, the remake just came out, and I hear it's actually good. I'm
Is
surprised.
it? Okay, okay.
I am
I've seen some
stunned.
screen caps. Maybe I'll play it on stream. We'll see.
Yeah, I might do that too. I'm so stunned it's good because like the whole time I'm dreading Silent Hill 2 coming out, going like, oh no, is it gonna be any good? Konami has not had a good track record, and I'm hearing
No.
it's good, which I'm so surprised by. But no, Jacob's Ladder actually just did a video fairly recently, a very casual look at Jacob's Ladder in that video, and it is so perfect of a movie.
Yep.
That ending, the ending of Jacob's Ladder, which I'm not going to say because I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it in your audience. Genuinely tear jerking. I show my mom a bunch of horror movies since I was young every year. She hates horror, but I force her to watch it anyway because I'm a sick monster. And I forced her to watch Jacob's Ladder one year, and she's like, "Oh," and had the DVD on me, so she's like looking at the box art to Jacob's Ladder, going like, "Oh, this is upsetting. This is disturbing. I hate this. Why are you gonna make me watch this?" And like come the end of that movie, she is like crying because
Oh,
it is such a profoundly beautiful film. Like it's not just I don't find it scary. I just find it profoundly beautiful. How that all go and Tim Robbins, of course. Danny Aiello, who plays the chiropractor in that, and is a New Jersey native. Actually,
nice.
sometimes people in North Jersey sometimes bump into him too. It's kind of wild,
That's awesome.
but oh, it's great. But it's like one of those things you watch it and you're like, this is like how you kind of wish. On some level, you kind of wish it was like that, leading
Yeah.
up to the end. Like there's a beauty to it that's just so. I don't know. I don't want to say anything because I don't want to spoil if someone who hasn't seen that movie yet. But it's such a beautiful ending. Anyway, but I don't know how much you want me on here because I know you have other guests who want to pop in. But I will say this: I think one movie I do want to mention that I thought of immediately that is an example of how disturbing art is not always powerful. Would be something like a Serbian film.
Yeah.
And I feel like if you're going to discuss disturbing art, you really got to also discuss the contrast. The disturbing media that doesn't really have much merit to it, because we've been talking about these movies that are just and works of art that are so profoundly beautiful. But at the same time, there's also a lot out there that just thinks, oh, if I just shock my audience, that's going to be enough, when it's not.
I feel like there's a distinction though between like disturbing and shocking. It's kind of like I believe King has a quote of the difference between terror and horror, and I feel like there's something emotional that happens when you're disturbed.
Yeah, because I feel like with a Serbian film, there is the scene in that movie that happens halfway through.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so extreme and it's so awful that you stop caring. Like your brain, like it's kind of amazing.
Yeah,
like
you're shocked.
You watch the scene and it just bombards every neuron in your brain so badly that you're fried, and you just kind of like passively watch the rest of the film. Like nothing after that scene, nothing. Even though in context, every scene that follows should be the most disturbing scene in that movie, you just don't care. You just lose a sense of interest in what's happening. Whereas a movie like, say, and I'm using like to like, so a film like Martyrs, a film like Sallow, a film like the Girl Next Door. I can't believe I didn't even think of that one. You ever see that one, The Girl Next Door?
I think I might have.
Yeah, not to be confused with the sex comedy, but like the horror film.
Yeah, I think I might have.
And that film, which is so wild, is you barely see anything visually that is so upsetting. But like the concepts of what's happening is and it's based on a true story, which makes it even worse, I think. But a movie like Sallow, I think even, or like anything based on the works of Marquis de Sade, I think are so upsetting because they're so they hit on something else. Like they hit on a sense of pointlessness to the cruelty, and that pointlessness is the point. That nothing matters. This is just cruelty, and that upsets you. And I feel like I'm getting into a dark topic, so I don't want to.
No, it kind of comes back to like one of the things I opened the stream on, which was I made this little graphic a while ago. And I call it my circle of growth and learning. And it's good to step outside of that little lavender comfort zone into things that make you uncomfortable, because that's how you grow. But if you go too far beyond that, you're overwhelmed, you're unsafe, and your brain is not processing what you're experiencing. So like, you're not actually growing. You actually might shrink that little comfort zone that you have. So
100%. And I think that with some extreme art, the problem is when people talk about disturbing media, they'll put something like Come and See next to a Serbian film. And so while Come and See, it's terrible. And while Come and See is this powerful but deeply upsetting movie, it's also so that it carries you through the experience. And while it's upsetting, you do feel a sense of earnest meaning from it.
It humanizes the It
Oh yeah,
humanizes the people, whereas a Serbian film is dehumanizing people.
and I think what's so effective too is how Come and See is shot as a film.
Mm-hmm. It's
Like,
personal.
oh yeah, half of the shots it's like making eye contact with characters, and it's that prolonged eye contact I think that also really makes you uneasy because you're not meant to. Obviously, I am of the autistic persuasion, so eye contact is already something I'm not a
Yep.
fan of.
Yeah.
But like you end up staring at these people for so long, and you just feel like I don't know, way, but you also can't because you're just so captivated by what's happening in front of you. Um, there and again, another film that doesn't show you a whole lot. You really don't see all that much in Come and See. What
Mm-hmm.
you see is powerful, but you really don't see all that much.
Yep.
It's more like there's a scene in the movie where for a few seconds you see what can only be described as a pile of corpses alongside a building, so high it almost is almost on par with how tall the building is, and it's so fast that your brain barely recognizes what you're looking at. But
Yep.
but you know exactly what it is because the fear and dread's been built up to that. Where
Yep.
you see it briefly and your brain fills in the empty spaces of what you just saw. It makes it so much more effective. Whereas in something like a Serbian film, Hostel, you get close-ups of like the most bloody, gory things possible. Okay, I don't care.
It's just like, are these people or are they meat at that point?
Yeah. Yeah, like you might as well just go to a butcher shop and watch them cut up some venison. Like for all the violence you're gonna get from, like it's the same thing at a certain point.
Yep.
Actually, it's not true. The venison tastes good afterwards, so you get more out of going to the butcher shop for the venison.
Yeah, but like I just feel like it's the exploitative kind of disturbing media I'm not as big of a fan of. I think it should always service something.
And they get weird stuff like taxidermia.
I've not heard about that one.
Oh, I think you'd have a lot of thoughts on taxidermia. For many reasons, I think. It's a weird film. It's about 3 generations of a family. And each one of them are bizarre in one way or the other.
Boy.
It's one of those movies where, and I think they're all played by the same actor. Obviously, in some cases, very obvious prosthetics. If you look it up, you know exactly which character I'm referring to as obvious prosthetics. In a way that I'm sure will open up discussions about other interesting bigotries in art that we confront on a regular basis.
I don't know if I should be Googling this.
Yeah. Oh, it's a gross film. Let's just say,
Okay, let's just not then.
there's one character that you ever hear the term fire crotch? This is a literal case of that. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Yeah. So. That should be a warning right there. If that upset makes you uncomfortable, don't go any further.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, no, it's a gross movie. But there's a beautiful scene at the end where one of the 3 characters is a taxidermist, and he decides to taxidermy his father, and then performs an auto taxidermia on himself.
What? Okay.
Yeah, and it's bizarrely beautiful, but also like, what the fuck am I watching?
Yep.
Like the best way of describing it is, what if Tim Burton's Willy Wonka got really strange?
Right.
Decided to go down like a pit of like bizarre despair into horror. And I don't know if it's good. I just know I remember it very vividly because of how weird it is.
Jesus.
Like, I can't tell you if it was any good or not. I just know it sticks in my memory. I don't know if I liked any of it. I don't know if I regret watching it. It just kind of exists in that weird pit in the brain.
Yeah, no, I have a couple movies like that in my brain as well. I totally get what you mean.
It's like, wow, I don't feel like I enjoyed watching this, but I do feel like I saw something.
Yeah, that sure was something. Was that fucked up or what?
That's the whole movie, and it's.
I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with watching movies like that. I just, for the for the purposes of what I'm talking about here, I just don't think it falls into that category. You know?
No. I don't think it's going to take you in any direct. I don't think it's going to make you feel unsafe, and I don't think it's going to make you safe and comfortable. And I don't think it's going to make you feel discomfort but learn anything. It just sort of exists as all three at the same time. Is the best way of putting it. All at once, everything at the same time. That's how it is. You're like, okay, I don't know how I feel about this. I feel also something like, say, Trash Humpers occupies that space as well.
I don't know that one.
Oh, well, based on the title Trash Humpers, what do you think happens in the movie?
I mean, I have a guess.
You're probably right.
Oh, great.
Harmony Korine, the director, who did also a movie called Gummo, which is actually really good, made the film with the intention of going to a video store and replacing the video cassettes with his movie. And just waiting to see people put it on in their homes when they got home. I think they bought, like, I don't know, like Schindler's List or Jurassic Park, and just putting that on instead.
If the Ring was nasty, I suppose.
Yeah, if the Ring was just Trash Humpers.
All right. Was there any closing thoughts? Because I am noticing that we've been talking for quite a while, and while I love talking to you,
100%. I totally get it. I know I know I'm so wonderful of a guest, but I know you have other guests.
Yeah.
I'm monopolize your time.
we have so much to talk about every time you're on, Anthony. That's the
seriously.
problem.
How dare I be so fun to talk to, Krim? How dare you be so fun to talk to?
Aw, thanks.
No, but I guess if I have any closing thoughts, it's in reference to your circle, your circle chart there.
Yeah.
I think you should step outside your comfort zone frequently.
Yes.
I just hate how the concept of disturbing art has been boiled down to a tier list of the most messed up movies you haven't seen yet. But, I also think of, if I may mention one more piece of art, it's not a film at all. It's the black paintings of Goya.
Yep. Yeah, I was considering putting that in the thumbnail, but I settled on something else, actually.
Yeah, the black paintings are a little upsetting. And the one is so famous and widely parodied, it's like almost hard to discuss that one. But I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I decided against it because, like, he never wanted those published, so I didn't want to use it in my thumbnail. But they are interesting art pieces, I think.
Oh yeah, well, he made them for himself, which is so. I think what makes them so honest. He didn't make them to shock anyone. He made it as a representation of his innermost darkness. And I think everyone always points out Saturn eating the sun. I think it is.
Yeah.
But I think some of the imagery of just people's faces being like distorted, that to me is way more disturbing than the visuals of the pain of Saturn devouring his own son, even though it is very disturbing.
Yep.
And I think it touches upon something that a lot of disturbing media either fails to know or perseveres on. At the end of the day, disturbing media is just a reflection of how we see things. And the more human it is, or the more human through it is, the more impactful it is as a whole.
Yep.
I think
so too. As far as the circle goes, interestingly enough, this is something I adapted from my day job of working with the kiddos.
Incorporating your life experience into this.
Yeah, it's something we think about in, like, recreational therapy in that kind of world, especially with kids. I tend to deal with very underprivileged youth who haven't had a lot of those life experiences. And, like, the best example, I kind of brought it up a little bit earlier towards the beginning of the stream, but rock climbing. Every kid is afraid of the rock climbing wall. It's 60 feet high, and the first year, they might do, like, just a little climb up and then they rappel downwards. The next year they come back, they go a little bit further out of their comfort zone where they do a truss dive where they climb up and they just jump off into the open air, and then their team rappels them down nice and slow. And one of the last activities we do is called the swing. And the swing, I think, is either 60 feet tall or 90 feet tall. And we pull them up with a little pulley and we drop them, and they are just in free falling for a good 4-5 seconds, and then they swing right on this, like,
Mhm.
like, it's very safe. It's like the safest place at camp, because there's somebody checking it every day and every time before somebody gets on, and everybody that works on that equipment has like 100 hours of training, so it's very safe. I've never experienced anybody getting hurt there, but like,
Mm.
you know but it makes them uncomfortable. But the idea is that, like, you're safe here and we've got you, and we're not going to push you into feeling overwhelmed. And you don't have to climb all the way up the rock wall, but if you climb 20 feet, good job, you know? And
That's beautiful, I think.
yeah, and then like the next year, they might be more comfortable with going a little bit higher or do something a little bit more uncomfortable. And by the end of their time with us, it's one of those activities where like they've gotten used to challenging that uncomfortable feeling, that when they encounter those feelings in the real world, maybe they'll be a little bit, more
Well,
armed to deal with it. So this
yeah.
isn't something that I pulled out of my ass.
No, no, no. I figured it was from your,
Yeah.
at least draws from that. And
Yeah.
it's funny you say that about the kids. When I was in high school, we had a zip line that we would
Yep.
use. Unfortunately, it was retired because one kid wasn't safe with it and just dropped the other guy from 90 feet.
Yeah.
But right there. But if you have someone who's safe and they're on your side, that's how you learn. That's how you have a safe environment to learn. Otherwise,
And art is almost always safe. You're never in physical
Oh yeah,
danger because of art. You can just have those experiences and deal with those feelings without ever really being threatened the same way you would a physical interaction, or like interacting with the kind of dangerous people you see in this kind of art, right?
100%. The only times I can think of where it's not as strange performance art like McKamey Manor
Oh,
or
jeez.
a fine dining establishment where people make like I don't know like deconstructed meals of like weird. I hate some of the fine dining ones where they make you like they try to turn like basic a burger into a deconstructed burger. Like no no no, here is a fleck of meat, a sesame seed individual, a single leaf of lettuce, something like that.
Yeah, and like, even I think like being emotionally overwhelmed is also unsafe in a way.
Mm.
So like I kind of like collapse being overwhelmed into that, because like I'm not gonna push a kid to go on the rock roll, even though I know he'll be safe. I'm not gonna push him to go
Hmm.
up there if he would freak out, or like get really upset, or get triggered, or like have no opportunity to learn, right? Because if you're overwhelmed, you're not gonna learn.
100% agree with that. 100%. Yeah. Anyway, I feel like you have other guests to jump on, so I'll back
Yes.
up because otherwise I can already see the hint getting into another hour-long conversation
Yeah.
already.
We should start a podcast or something.
Honestly, I would be down for that because talking to
Ooh.
you is a lot of.
I'll
That's a dangerous
that's
thought.
Yeah, that's a dangerous thought. I'll put that in my bean and think on it a little bit. But thank you so much,
Certainly.
Anthony.
No, it's always a pleasure, Krim. Always thank you for having me on.
Yeah, thank you for coming. I love having your input.
Mm. All right, I'll back away now and give someone else a chance to talk.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Awesome. I didn't ask for a plug from him, but if you are interested in seeing more of Ant's content, he has a channel on YouTube, Anthony Gramuglia. He's actually in chat right now. Whoa! He has a lot of really good videos. I've actually guest starred in a couple of them. And we're recording sometime this week for another video. And he'll probably be on the channel again as well, I'm sure. But go hit the subscribe button for Anthony. He's always great to talk to. And I'm gonna take my next guest. I'm just going in order, so I know that I have a couple people here. Make sure to raise your little hand to say that you want to speak. But I'm just gonna go in the order I see the little requests to speak. And I'm gonna bring on the next person. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Can you
Howdy.
Hi. Can you introduce yourself for the watchers, please?
Sure, no problem. Hi, I'm Mac, she, her. I'm on the Discord. I hang out a bunch. Otherwise, uh, don't really do too much publicly on the internet. I
Uh,
just lurk around.
it's very late for you. I notice.
Look, I will go to bed after this, I promise. If you can't tell, I'm Australian.
Well, I'm so glad you made it to the stream anyway, even if it is late for you. What did you want to talk about?
I had a couple things I wanted to chat about. First, I guess, yeah, I'll talk about this one first. I wrote down notes as I was listening.
Oh, wow, you put in
I'm a
so much work.
Not really. I was just trying to think of like, what's actually, or rather than thought provoking, because I'm like trying to delineate those two things. Because I think
Hmm.
there's overlap, obviously, but like
Hmm.
trying to delineate what is specifically upsetting, I guess, is the way I'm thinking of disturbing here.
Hmm.
And the big one I wanted to talk about is there's a movie, an Australian movie from the beginning of the Aussie New Wave or Ozploitation movement. It's kind of in both,
Hmm.
called Wake and Fright. It is directed by Ted Kotcheff, who you may be familiar with,
Uh,
and Rambo First Blood. He's
okay.
also Canadian.
Oh, okay.
Uh, yeah. And it is one of my favorite movies. I found it somewhat recently. It was for a very long time a lost movie. I want to
Oh,
give some context to this to explain why I think it's important. Yeah. So it screened at Cannes in I think 70 or 71. And then it sort of disappeared for like 30 years. They found it in like a backlot or something complete. And it's the only film that's been aired slash filmed, yeah, twice at Cannes. It's unique in that privilege.
hmm.
It is a story about a school teacher who's stuck in the middle of the outback, who's trying to make it home for Christmas.
Oh,
But of course, because it's Australia, it means it's the middle of summer.
eh.
And he gets trapped in a town known as Bundinya. He gets caught up in drinking and gambling and ruse shooting. And it is the grossest, stickiest, sweatiest movie I have ever seen in my life. It's perfect. um, and on its release, the audience at one of the Australian premieres called out and was like, "This isn't us," because a big part of the movie is like a critique of Australian attitudes towards other people, masculinity, and drinking culture. It does a lot, and at the time people said this isn't us when the stars were like, no it is, and like in hindsight you can very much see that, and you can still see the through line of it today, but it's a really hard watch for a couple different reasons.
Yep.
Not the least of which it features real animal death, which is my big caveat to
Mm.
actually recommending it to people.
Ah.
And like, yeah, I think it's done with purpose, and it's hard to say it's only kangaroos, but it's only kangaroos. They're fine. They will be fine. But it's so it would not have the impact it does without the fact that it is so deeply gross and just covered in horrors.
Yep.
And yeah. And I think an interesting part of that is that and I find that perspective fascinating. Yeah,
I
trying to
have
think if
not
there's
seen
anything else
this
to say on
movie,
that.
but it
It
looks it looks gross and sweaty, as Ant put it in chat.
it's great. I love it so much.
I'm
It
trying to.
is available on YouTube very legally, I promise. Um, yeah. It also has Dr. Loomis in Halloween as one of the main characters.
Mhm.
And he's great. Donald Pleasance. Whoops, sorry.
Yes. Uh,
Yeah. So I think it's a really interesting place for me to start because like that is one of the first films that sort of grapples with this very specific view of Australiana because like you compare it to something like Gallipoli, which is an Australian film made I think the same year or the year before,
okay.
and like that's a war film and it's very like lionizing of the good Aussie blokes and like it does like the war film stuff and has a young freaking Mel Gibson in it because of course it does, uh
Mm.
but it doesn't get at like the sticky underbelly that is kind of the Australian consciousness, and it's something that I think Australian media has been sort of grappling with ever since Wake and Fright, like how do we represent ourselves to each other, to the world, that kind of thing. There's a couple other bits of media that I think do it really well, that no one else has heard about but me. And I think that's the other part of disturbing media. Sometimes it's hard to recommend it to people to communicate that message for various reasons
Yep.
because there is that barrier to entry of like you are having to inherently experience something that might be that is in that weird space in the in your on the edge of your comfort zone.
Yep. I feel
Um,
I feel like you and I feel like there's some how do you call it, camaraderie between Canada and Australia of like we make a lot of art and it's often forgotten by the global,
yeah,
the kind of global audience, because
yeah, the
American
wider
and Europe.
Anglosphere, yeah.
Yeah, because American and European and especially like British films are like lauded as like so important and like you got to watch this, and it's like it feels a little bit like people make fun of us, but it's like no, we have like art that that we want to share and like unique perspectives, um and I feel like it's important
100%.
to acknowledge, and I'd love to get exposed to more Australian art, but like it's a similar problem as Canada's, that's it's not put out there outside of
Yeah.
the national audience, I feel.
Mm.
But
I think I've linked it in the Discord at some point. Yeah. But there's an article I really love called The Uncanny Valley of Culture. And it's
mhm,
sort of about this tension. It mostly focuses on Australian media, but I feel like it would very much resonate with you, Krim.
yeah,
I'll link it after I've done chatting because it um, talks about it from a couple of different perspectives and it's good. um, but I'm trying to think, what do I want to talk about next? What do I want to lead into?
I can't remember what it
Because
was called. I think
hmm?
I believe it's Australian, but I've been trying to recall what it is for a really long time, and I can't remember. There's this oh god. There's this Maori actor that starred in it when he was quite young, and it kind of touched on some indigenous issues, I believe. I could be wrong. It could be New Zealand, and if it is, I'm so sorry. But I'm trying to remember what it was called.
Typical and common. Is it maybe When We Were Warriors? Because I know I'm trying to think of the Kiwi ones that would be equivalent.
I don't think it
Storm
was.
Boy, maybe.
No, no.
Oh, it's all good. If you think of it, let me
I
know.
will
Or if
I
you
will
think of other
do
details, I can try and help you.
some Google foo while you're talking.
All good. What was another one I wanted to talk about? So I'll talk about some TV shows now because I think these are so a couple years back, God, about 10 years ago now, geez, there was a show that's aired on the Australian Broadcast Network, so like our publicly funded broadcaster in conjunction with Sundance of all fucking
Mhm.
places, called Clever Man.
Okay.
Um, and Clever Man is so the term Clever Man is a indigenous cultural term. It refers to like sort of a cultural leader, spiritual stuff, I guess is the best way of talking about it. And it is interpreting that in a sort of contemporary-ish / 20 minutes into the future setting, as well as depicting indigenous dreaming. It's hard to say dreaming spirits. So it's been a hot minute since I've watched it. But there are additionally, it is an indigenous themed show created by an indigenous creator because he wanted his son to, because every other chance anyone's had to depict indigenous people in any kind of way, they haven't. And I'll get to the reason why I'm getting to this. So in the show, there is additionally a group of people called the Hairy People, sometimes derisively called Hairies. So they come from indigenous dreaming tales, and they're like what happens when you leave camp. So they're a little bit of a spooky story. There's a lot of different cultural stuff tied into it. And in the story, they've come and there's a little bit of parallels to like treatment of indigenous people by the Australian government, by the Australian people, and it's very intense. And because it's done by indigenous Australians, I really appreciate how it's being communicated, because I find a lot of the time otherwise it's being done by white people and it can be quite gratuitous in ways that I know people in the culture do not like. It is why a lot of indigenous critics I have seen don't really like The Nightingale, and it's kind of why I've avoided that.
Yeah.
But it's a bit of a digression.
No,
one scene in the first season of sorry.
No, it's okay. What was the one you're talking about right now called again? Remind me.
Clever Man.
Okay, that's what I
Clever
thought.
Man.
I just had like a moment of like maybe I pulled up the wrong graphic.
It's all good.
Um, I
good.
I also feel similar ways about movies like Dancing with Wolves versus something made by actual indigenous people like Rhymes for Young Ghouls or Blood Quantum, where like Jeff Barnaby, I feel like touches on some really poignant indigenous issues and trauma, whereas like Dances with Wolves, it's more like it's about the spectacle, you know, and it's not about actually empathizing necessarily.
100%. So there's one scene in the first season of Clever Man, because you follow the main story, and then there's sort of a B story with a family of hairy people who've been separated, and that's very the Indigenous stolen generation and issues related therein. And there's one character who is kept in incarceration. And I should also point out this is also sort of referencing issues regarding Australia's history with what's the word I'm looking for? Detention centres, because we are horrible to refugees. It's a big problem, and it was something I sort of grew up watching the news about, but like didn't understand in a tangible. So there's one of these hairy people is in prison, and he's making a bit of trouble, and the guards take him out. They bind his hands above his head and they shave him publicly. And it is intense and graphic, and the actor does an amazing job, and it's also sort of done in it's sort of done in concert with Australia's got a really strong history of clearing land to have sheep farms. Like that's one of our big exports historically. So it's tied into that history as well. and this scene is so effective, and it's so bleak at the same time, and it is meant to sort of be that way. And I don't know another way of being able to communicate that in a more literal sense. So like the mix of the symbol and the that have happened, like, you know, the treatment of indigenous and black bodies on indigenous stolen land is a lot. And yeah, and it's done at the same time while having just it's just done really well. Yeah.
I took an opportune time to put a carrot in my mouth. I'm sorry.
So good. I'm just trying to think of it since I've watched the show. I will admit, but that scene has definitely stuck with me. And like, there's a level to like the series sort of ends on a bit of a downer note because it never got a third season, unfortunately.
I hate
But
that.
it's yeah, the horrors of Australian television.
Oh,
But there is another show that also, sorry.
no, it's okay. I was gonna say I'm sorry if like I said this in over text, but like
Yeah,
obviously
it's
you
all good.
being
It's all
on
good.
the other side of the world for me, there is going to be some lag. So just asking audience, be a little patient
Yeah,
with us if we
it's all good. It's all good.
stumble into each other's sentences. It's kind of par for the course when you are talking to people over long distances. But anyway, please continue. I apologize.
Apologies. Nah, it's all good. Um, Another show that was made by a lot of the same creative team. That's a bit more recent. It's only got one season, but I think it's a slightly overall stronger show. It's a show called Firebite, and it's a hunters. And it's set in functionally. It is a fictionalized version of Kuba Pedy,
Mhm.
which, if you don't know what that is, it's the town that's underground in the middle of Australia. So it's largely a desert landscape, lots of sun. So there's a lot of discussion about like that. There's a lot of discussion about indigeneity in that, as well as the big metaphor is the vampires are the vials of smallpox that the like that's what the symbol, they directly say that's what the symbol kind of is in
Mm.
the show, which is bleak. But it is done so well, and it deals with like a lot of issues of trying to think of like good ways to words for it. It just deals with them in really good ways, and it also has really well done action, which is great. And like it's more of a lot of the time in Australia, genre film, especially genre film done by any in this country, is just kind of swept under the rug because of just how the current Australian film industry works. I won't get into it because it's a pain in the ass. But
What's it called again?
to get this show produced at all, Firebite.
Okay. I'm just writing
I
it down on my
believe it is
list.
on AMC Plus. All good. It's solid. The director is Wayne Blair, I believe his name is.
Hmm.
And he's just an
Cool.
director. He's done a bunch of other stuff. That I'm just blanking on the names of. I think he did the Sapphires, which is a much very different piece of art. Um, but yeah, I think, and you know, like those, both of those shows comment on like land dispossession from land, interpersonal, inter-community issues as well. One of the main actors is shared between both shows, and the difference he has in those characters I think is astounding, and I think it's really cool that he gets to play that when there's another performer who's really prolific but often gets stuck into a very specific role. So it's interesting.
Got that sort of like I'm just looking at like a poster of it or like a graphic of it. It kind of like has the like daylight horror look to it. Um
Yeah.
which
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
It's great. I super recommend it if you can get a hold of it. Like it says on the graphic you've put up, it's an AMC original, so you should be able to find it a bit easier over not in Australia because it's on our other public broadcaster for free. But like that's only here. Um, but yeah, I think there's a lot of there's other there's a movie called Rabbit Proof Fence that is probably the most well-known Indigenous story overseas from Australia specifically. And it's about kids who get literally stolen in the stolen generation getting back home. And like it's a story I know of and I know is bleak, and it's something that I've got to like gird myself for because like it's a lot. Especially because there's child actors doing it.
That always puts a different
Which
spin
is
on
a whole
things.
other kettle of fish.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's something I know I need to do for like, like that it's the whole empathy thing, like the empathy and the learning, because like it's easy enough to say like, oh, read a history book for some of these things, but like there's only so much emotion that can give you for these situations. Like you can know intellectually what has happened in Australia regarding the stolen generation to the people here. It is a different thing altogether to see it played out, even if it is a dramatization. Because like it's not just statistics. You are actually giving context to the feelings and the horrors that have happened here. And I think that especially because like I think internationally there's a perspective of Australia as like a very laissez-faire, happy-go-lucky place. Like even with things like the whole batshit Ozpol, we have just the weirdest things happen in politics, which is true, but like it doesn't give the context of like who's doing those batshit those batshit things. Like it is out of context. Like I'm sure you've seen the "Let a Million Blossoms Bloom, but I ain't spending any time on it" video, right?
I'm not sure if I've seen that one.
If you haven't, that's okay. But it's been circulated pretty far. And like it is absurd. But the guy saying it is like a member of one of the far right parties. And it's sometimes a little bit frustrating to see some of those things go around. And like to a point, like you're making fun of these people. And there's a level of like, I don't mind that. You get that with a couple other people. Internally in Australia, you do that a lot with Pauline Hanson, who's just the worst. And we make a mockery of her as much as we can. But there's something to treat people from like our politics as like something to laugh about, rather than it being just like, no, this is just something silly that people do here because we're a little bit smaller, and because our politicians generally are just landlords. They're not always lawyers. They're just landlords, and thus real people, even if they are bastards.
It's what was it? Let blossom the thing you said. Can you repeat that to me?
Let but I ain't spending any time on it.
We have this movement here. Actually, it was a documentary that I helped work on when I was when I was working in film. I'm not. It's not one that's like a big one, but I worked on something called "In Whose Backyard," and I think it's kind of talking about something similar, where everybody kind of wants good things to happen, but like they don't, like we don't want those people in our neighborhood. We don't want this to happen in our backyard, but it should happen anyway. Like it feels like it's a very similar consensus. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and it deals with
NIMBYism.
Yeah, environmental racism is a term that we've used here, at least in this specific movement. We were talking about how there was a community here that there was a dump and in that neighborhood, and in that neighborhood there's a lot of black people. We were also starting to put wind turbines up all over the province, and there was, discussion of putting a wind turbine in this neighborhood because all of the rich white voters didn't want a wind turbine, this eyesore, this noisy thing, in their backyard. So let's just put it here.
Yeah.
But it's like, but there's still people there, and we don't want to. Nobody's interested in going into these
Totally, that
communities
makes
and
sense.
actually
Yeah.
helping them. It's, yeah. So what you
No,
said, it just
totally, yeah.
resonated with me back to this thing that I worked on and that like I really cared about. Another thing that
Oh, totally.
I wanted to mention and bring up that you got me thinking of in terms of like atrocities that are kind of local that and works that really spoke to me. For a little while, I couldn't remember the name of this book, but it's called The Girl of Evangeline Beach. And it was something I read back in high school. I don't know how familiar you are with Acadians.
Not really.
So, before the French Revolutionary War, I believe, they sent settlers to Nova Scotia from France. And they were just, France was in the middle of a Revolutionary War, so they were kind of just abandoned. Like no other supplies were sent to them. Like they're just kind of left there. And they were the first people to come to Atlantic Canada. I think they were one of the first settlers in North America, period. And they're not often included as settlers because they didn't call, there was such a small population, there was no colonizing. There was some, but there was no like sort of cultural colonization. There was no chasing the Mi'kmaq away or anything. And they kind of became acclimated to this land. And then, and like, there wasn't, I will say that that's not to say that their relationships with Indigenous people was perfect. There was some difficulties there, but it's genuinely agreed on by everybody historically that the Acadians and the Mi'kmaq got along far better with each other than later French and English settlers. What happened to these people, and this is something I've known for a very long time, it's spoken about all over the place, but I'd never really internalized it. But what happened was the French and the English came here and started fighting each other for control of Canada. And they were fighting with the Mi'kmaq, and they were fighting with each other. And the English didn't trust the Acadians because they were French. So, and the French didn't trust the Acadians because they had been here for so many generations. And, like there was like a lot of like genetic crossover with the Mi'kmaq. So like whose side are they really on? And what ended up happening is their homes were pillaged and plundered. There was a lot of like sexual assault that happened, and they were all exported. They were all like, not exported is not the word, but they were all like forced to go to different, I think, colonies, French colonies. It ended up being the French people. And actually, some of them were the ancestors of the Cajun people, I believe that is where the term Cajun comes from, down in Louisiana and such. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain on that one. And this is like history that I've known since I was like 9 or 10. And then I read this book, and it is a fantastical book. It's like historical fiction, not based on like, it is based on like the wider events of the oppression of the Acadian people, but it's of a boy that gets sent. He ends up seeing this ghost on the beach, and he doesn't really know like what she's going through or why she's there, but he can tell that he's been there for a long time. Like this is obviously someone from like centuries ago, and he ends up time traveling due to it doesn't really matter. And you get to spend some time with the person, this ghost's family, and this girl, leading up to the events of the attack and the tragedy of the Acadian people. So it really humanizes them, and it does not shirk away from what happened to the Acadians. And maybe if I went back and I read it now, I'd be like, oh, this is kind of babyish, like there are problems with it. But I remember like that was the first time that I really internalized the tragedy of what happened back then. And it was very disturbing to think about for teenage Krim. And like even though I knew the history, you're right. Like the primary sources are very useful for getting the facts, but there's something unique that art can give us that I think you need more
Yeah.
than just primary sources.
Yeah, totally. It hits you in like a spot, like it's that emotional resonance, I think, where like
The human
um
element.
I have half a I have half a librarianship degree, and one of the things we talked about was like this hierarchy of like what happens when you give context to data. Because like when it's raw data, there's nothing. You can't understand it. But the more context you give it, the more but then like you're adding more to it, and you're adding more context, you're adding more perspective to it, and I think that's like part of it. When you're moving from something just being like x amount of people um lived at this station,
Mhm.
and this amount of people were taken from this amount of parents or whatever, and then you move to another step along and you give those people names and faces, and you
Mhm.
know what they were like beforehand. You know that you can see the song perspective. It resonates a lot more. Um, and yeah, and to sort of pivot a little bit onto
Yep.
something that's a bit related to that, um, into maybe a slightly different kind of genre of storytelling, because you haven't talked about this at all from what I can remember hearing. A couple of musicals that I really like.
Mhm. Let's hear them.
um, so these are both musicals by a guy who's most famous for a musical that is not as relevant here, but a little bit is, because that's how I got into his stuff. A musical called Natasha, Pierre, and the Great Comet of 1812, which is an adaptation of like 90 pages of War and Peace. um, yeah, and in it depicts maybe the most hits you in the chest version of depression I've ever seen, in that the act one closer is this beautiful hope,
Well,
um being with like the chorus of they say we are asleep until we fall in love, we are children of dust and ashes, but I'm ready to wake up now. um and it's like that, and then the act 2 opener, he is being paranoid about Napoleon and finding the number of the beast. It's so funny in like how real that hits, and like how mental illness isn't like a linear perspective.
yep.
And I think that's something that the musical form can do in a really cool way, which is what these other two shows I want to more focus on do really well. Because I think they get the horrors of certain things just so right. So the first one is a show called Ghost Quartet. For people who would like to engage with it, it is available entirely as a recorded version on YouTube. Dave Malloy released it during the early pandemic days on YouTube. It is great for this time of year. And it's kind of like timey-wimey. It's not not necessarily the most linear story in the world, but the main thrust of it is what would you do if you were betrayed so badly that you would go through time and space to destroy your sister? Is sort of a
Whoa.
central thrust. Yeah, it draws on a lot of different folk tales. It draws on House the Fall of the House. Bring it up.
Uh,
It has that as a storyline. It's got Scheherazade and Thousand One Nights. A little bit of a couple murder ballads in there, so it's like doing like the multi-layer storytelling thing. And it's got this wonderful depiction of like cycles of abuse and grief, and it's done a little bit abstractly. But it and bleak part because it ends with a fully sung rendition of a murder ballad.
hmm.
Implying the circular nature of the story, which is very consistent throughout the show. And there's just lines in it that hit. And I think that's a unique thing that's a part of musical theater, and especially like this show specifically is is really more of a song cycle.
I
You just listen to the songs and you get everything you need.
Yeah, I mean, like the rule of musical theater is like, when speaking isn't enough, you sing, and then when singing isn't enough, you dance to communicate these emotions.
Yeah,
I'm also a big
yeah,
fan of opera,
the song time.
so,
Yes.
like
Oh, oh, yeah. No, I saw in, in high school tickets to see a couple shows. Like my music class was tiny,
Mhm.
and we saw Bluebeard once, and oh man, a formative experience for young Mac.
Yep. Um,
And I
what
actually had that quote written down. I had if you can't speak, sing. If you can't sing, dance. The Sondheim quote.
Yep.
It's so helpful, especially for these shows that are functionally sung through, and what that means.
Yep. It's
Because
an
Ghost
interest
Quartet especially directly quotes Into the Woods
Yep.
musically.
Yep. That's
So
an
it's in
interesting
direct
point.
conversation, and I think that's really cool. And the other one, which I think is really interesting, is a show called Octet.
Mhm.
Which is about a a Internet Addicts Anonymous group,
Mhm.
talking about like how the internet
Oh,
lives and in large, mostly depicted negatively, but it resolves on a slightly lighter note. But a really cool thing about the show is that one, it's hard to say it's cool, but you don't really find this out unless you've got the book, unless you've got like the script of the show, which I do. But the first time you listen to it, you don't realize that one of the characters is almost an incel, and one of the other characters is straight up a QAnoner,
oh my
and they,
god.
in a way that I really like, in that it like understands the psychology. It's not necessarily condoning either of those characters' perspectives, but it understands why these issues exist in
Mhm.
their own songs, right? It's like if you can't speak about it, you sing. Um, and I think it's done really well. It's also notable that both of these characters are in the back half of the show.
Mhm.
I think that's a really interesting way to introduce them. There's also a character in the first part. Um, I've got the script open because I thought I'd be talking about this. So let me scroll to the bit. Um,
I will say that like
da-da-da.
empathy
There's a
obvious.
character.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, nah, please, please.
Uh, this mentioned a little bit earlier in the stream where we were talking about empathy doesn't always mean condoning, and actually, like putting a villain in a spot where we're empathizing with them. What it's asking us to do is to recognize that anybody has the capacity to do horrible, awful things that and be the villain of someone else's story. And I think
Hmm.
understanding that, because if we dehumanize the people that we see as villains or bad people, if we villainize like someone like from QAnon or like anti-vaxxers or someone like you know, the Orange Man, what that can do is that we can slip into
Yep.
similar lines of thoughts without even realizing. And when people are
Yep.
like, well, you're doing this bad thing, it's like, well, no, I'm not. I'm like a good person, like, because I have these thoughts and feelings, and like, but you're still doing the bad things. Again, not to name any names, but I think that like people that
Yeah.
have like a strong sense of justice will often fall into that. It's like, well, I can't be bad because I'm a thinking,
Yep.
feeling human being. I'm not this thoughtless monster. And by refusing to humanize people like that
Yeah.
and understanding that they're
Totally.
human, it removes our ability to understand that we also have the capacity to do those things.
Yep, totally. And I think this show sort of deals with that. There's this constant figure of of this idea of the monster in the group songs, the non like
Mhm.
one-off character songs that they refer back to, and it's sort of like the bad impulses that the internet brings around. So this other character I was talking about isn't like the opening introductory song. Is about a woman who says directly, "You've all seen my quote white woman goes crazy video." And she's a person who's been filmed or has gone viral, and is just going through it. And the last couple lines, let me scroll to it. Blah, blah, blah. It is, "This all happened so fast, too fast for our the tech got away from us and we weren't ready. I don't think we were wired to handle this. It's hard to get close to new people now. I don't go out much. I wear a hat and a trench coat like a pervert." And I find that really resonates, and I think to a point Dave Malloy has been online for years. One of the other
Mhm.
songs talks about gaming addiction,
Mhm.
and he has said on the Genius page he had a long I'm trying to think about a history with WoW, that he put a lot of
Ah,
into the song.
yep.
Yeah. And that song, like, it talks about like the horror, what happens when you like. There's like a line in that song that's like, "When I get a few days off, sometimes I just don't bathe. I barely leave my bed.
Ugh.
Eating nothing but chips and pop for 3 whole days." And like these cycles that we get ourselves stuck into, and it humanizes them in really interesting.
Mhm.
It's especially because like a lot of these things we see as moral personal failings and
Yep.
not like parts of greater issues. And like it doesn't go super too much into it because these like individual one-offs, these songs, but it talks about in some of the group numbers this idea of like the monster that is the parts of the internet that are harmful and hurtful to people because are real. Because when we say in real life as opposed, there's a line that's like, when we say in real life this is a lie to protect us, this is
Mhm.
all real, this is all real
Yep.
life. And
Yep.
I think that get that that's something a lot of people could learn from. I'm glad that I there's a level of like, man, I'm glad I got like told about like internet safety the time I
Me
did
too.
at the
Me
age I
too.
did, because you see so much of like people filming just random people on
Mhm.
like public transport and shit. I'm like, couldn't.
Well,
I feel weird about like taking photos when other people who I don't want to be in it are in it, you know?
yep. 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 No,
And
I feel you.
I don't know. I thought, and like, you know, this musical like came out like just before the pandemic, so it like there's parts of it that have aged a bit weirdly. Um, but like there's some bleakness in there in some of the songs. Like there's this like the song that mostly focuses on the guy who's like sort of incel adjacent is also is the only duet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's paralleled with a woman who is struggling in dating and does a parallel between those two perspectives, which I feel like is done in such a graceful way in how the desires come from the same place, like the struggle to be appreciated and loved. The same lines are sung by chorus. Which I'll just read these ones out,
Okay.
and then I might start wrapping up, I guess, when I
Mm-hmm.
find the lyrics, because I want to get them right.
Okay.
I feel my body stretched between two. Oh, sorry. um, right. So the lyric is, I feel my body stretched between two cliffs. One side is fantasy, the other is reality. I feel my fingers start to lose their grip, and I can't hold on. I could be so good. And that hits. That hits a lot. And I think having these two characters who sort of are culturally positioned at odds with each other when we talk about trying to find someone on the apps, as opposed to the way that we frame people who are sort of this in this incel adjacent place, when like the struggle is a very similar thing. It's just we're talking about it in different ways because it's gendered.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's just done really gracefully. And besides, like, I can't think of any other way to do that, but beyond having those two characters sing the same lyrics over each other. It works so well, and the song goes in some dark places, and I think a lot about the whole musical, because like there's parts of it that are a bit jank, as
Mm-hmm.
there so often is when we are talking about new media in old media.
Yep.
But I think it does stuff, and it's hard to call it disturbing, but I think it like brushes, and it, especially in a place like musical theater where like the most disturbing you get is, I don't know, Evil Dead, where you get the blood splatter front row.
Yep.
So it has to be this psychological thing that's a bit upsetting, that like makes you think, and I think that's how it gets you.
Yep.
Um
Uh, I
and yeah,
I can't recall. Were you around for movie night last night?
I, I haven't seen many of the movie nights, unfortunately.
No, no, that's okay. That's okay. I was just wondering because like the movie, I talked a little bit about it with somebody else that was here earlier, but
Mm.
it kind of
Yeah,
reminded,
yeah, I
yeah,
was
it
listening. Yeah.
deals a lot with like celebrity worship and like the dehumanization that we in parasocial relationships, um,
Yep.
where they're literally being treated like pieces of meat and being bought and sold.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
it's, and it was made in 2012 was when it went on to the film festival circuit. And like, I feel like it made some predictions that it was very interesting. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
and that's a Canadian
Yeah.
film. Yippee!
Mm. No, I get you. That's sort of like what was my fun little double feature I accidentally did the other last year? Last year I made the fun double feature discovery of watching um oh, what's it called? The fun is stuck in the TV bubble.
What was it? Sorry, you occasionally cut out a little bit because of the great geographical
Yeah, it's all
distance
good.
between us. What was it again?
The Jim Carrey movie. Oh, I'm blanking on the title because I didn't write it down.
Was it?
Uh,
It's not the Truman Show, is it?
Truman Show. It is, yes. So
Yay!
I made the fun double feature discovery of the Truman Shock Treatment, which is the not really a sequel, but sort of sequel to Rocky Horror. It is relevant because both those movies sort of predict reality TV about 20 years
Mm,
before it happened.
yep.
And they make very similar statements about it. One just has a slightly more hopeful ending than the other, and the hopeful ending does not come from the one that's a musical.
Yep.
Yeah, the hopeful ending is not in the musical version because the bad guys win in the musical. Mild spoilers for Shock Treatment, a movie only I have. Um, and I think it's really interesting how like those themes were resonating even then. Because that must have been disturbing, this idea of this 24-hour surveillance, what it means for
Yep.
people, what being changing that much has. And we've sort of rationalized it, I guess,
Yeah.
in a way now, because, you know, we have the panopticon that is the mobile phone.
Yep.
Herder technology bad.
It's
But,
complicated,
you know,
you know?
finding that, because, you know, it's finding the place of balance. I think the musical octet does that in the last two songs. There's a holy, because the other thing about octet that I didn't even mention about part of the conceit, it's a completely a cappella musical.
Ooh, I love a cappella.
Yeah, it's very well done. It does some cool stuff with like chamber music and beatbox and stuff.
Mm.
But the second to last song is sung by one person,
Mm.
who's the newest member of the. Mentioned the word internet. The whole rest of the musical, they don't actually say the word, which I think is really
Ooh.
interesting. Yeah. And then the last song, the lyrics draw from a Rumi poem,
Mhm.
I believe called The Wheelhouse. I'd have to double check. But the recurring line in that song is beyond right and wrong, there's a field, I will meet you there. And you know, that's sort of like this resolution of like, even though everything is terrible, beyond place where we can just be, and I really appreciate that as a resolution, because like a musical's not going to solve the epic highs and lows that are the internet, you know.
Mhm. Yeah.
But I think finding that place of personal peace or interpersonal peace, I think works.
Mhm.
And yeah, I think that's about all I wanted to say. I have like other stuff I could talk about, but there's a couple other people in chat in the waiting room that obviously would like
Yep.
for too much longer.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mac. Yeah. Do you have anything to plug? I haven't been asking people.
That's all right. Like if you want to follow me on Tumblr, I'm on Tumblr at Book of Mac, one word, BOOKOFMAC. I mostly post about Gideon the Ninth at the moment, and I'm gonna be posting about Dragon Age a lot. So if you be
Oh.
be aware that this will be happening. Uh, yeah. Otherwise, I'm not really anywhere else publicly. Feel free to say hi in the Discord. I'm happy to chat about Aussie things and whatever. Yeah.
All
Thanks for
right.
having me, Krim.
Well, thank you for coming on. I always appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Ooh, okay. Awesome. All right. Do we have
Awesome.
anybody else?
I'll hit the leave the stage button now. Bye bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right. We have one more person waiting to speak. Um, it is, yes, always great to hear from Mac. Unfortunately, that geographical distance makes it a little bit challenging to have conversations with them sometimes because, ping and lag. Yeah, time zones, my beloved. And not just time zones, but the huge gap in geography. I'm going to bring a relatively new person onto the stage next. Wamp. Hello, hello.
Oh, hello. Yeah, hello.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Okay, sure. Hi everybody. My username is Turtles McDurtles. I mean, it's demons now, but because
It's
the demon,
Halloween.
Yeah, it's Halloween. It's spooky month. Yeah. hmm Anyways, yeah, I'm a relatively new member here. I mean, I just kind of joined the server because my friend sent me the link here because
Yep.
we're both Psy watchers. We both
Mhm.
watch your streams and such. So we kind of felt like,
Yeah.
joining.
Well, it's always great to have new members of the community. What were you wanting to talk about today?
Yeah, well, I sort of joined because I don't really have a lot. I've got like this is like my lazy Sunday, so I kind of had like you know
Mhm.
things to do. Wanted to do some like things this weekend.
Yep.
Just something to occupy the time and whatnot. But yeah, anyways, I saw this discussion at first. I was like not really into it, but then I started listening to it more, and well, now I made me realize I kind of want to talk about this stuff.
Okay. That's
Talk
awesome.
about this sort of yeah, the related a bit related to like the disturbing art. Because I have like a unique relationship to this kind of thing because it's like, well, the thing about like my relationship with disturbing art is that for the longest time I stayed away from like horror movies and general like kind of like gory films and things like
Mhm.
that. That really wasn't my bread and butter really for
Mhm.
the longest time. It's just but kind of stepping out of that like stepping out of that shell eventually was like I think like eventually by the time I I got old enough a lot than I was when I was first exposed to this stuff. Like I wouldn't say exposed to stuff, but like made aware of it.
Mhm.
The first time I was made aware of it, I didn't know like kind of made me feel like like it felt wrong for a while because well not really growing up in like a super religious household it kind of you kind of got like this sort of sense of like the waningness of it
Mhm.
the my parent well let's I'm not going to like reveal a lot but like just suffice to say my parents have a complicated history with like religion and stuff and all of
Mhm.
my family does so sometimes that's like it feels like that way
Yeah, there's like a guilt aspect to it almost.
yeah there was a major guilt aspect to like watching horror movies 'cause it felt like you grow up with like all this like you grow up with this kind of like moral like you know imperative thing like this moral this kind of like feeling of like shame and moral absolutism and things like that
Mhm.
like this expected behavior of what's acceptable or not
Yeah, that sort of
and
puritanical belief system where you need to keep your
yeah absolutely
mind pure so that you don't sin. And if you don't keep your mind pure, like if you expose yourself to the darker things in life, you're more likely to become evil. Um,
yeah
or even just the act of looking or thinking is evil in and of itself.
yeah very much so. That was something I definitely distinctly remember, like hearing about, like growing up and stuff like that. Like it never became like really bad for like I wouldn't say religion became like a negative experience until like really like late teens, early
Mhm.
20s, like yeah, like my early teen years. That's when I had a lot of like brushes up with like I don't even know what the denomination was, but uh, if I'm gonna if I'm gonna be honest, like I'm not gonna go like into super detail, but to suffice to say that like my rushing up against religion was because of private school, and well,
Mm.
me and them did not get along, especially since I was starting to expand my horizon a bit because I had access to the computer there, and
Mhm.
eventually my wandering, naturally curious mind slowly looked me turned me towards like other pursuits, other videos that go in a bit more depth into stuff I wasn't used to because normally it was just like a bunch of silly toy videos. But
Mhm.
then once it became like listicles and articles, things like that, it started making me, question that sort of, baked in beliefs, and eventually it brushed up against like the administration and many of the people who, like, quite frankly, did not know how to handle like an autistic person of my caliber, because I wasn't like, because like I most of the people there were very clearly had, I mean, they also had learning disabilities and other things like that, but they were used to like people who were like, who didn't really, speak out a lot. They weren't
Mhm.
like, they were very much more childlike in like their kind of like behavior and pursuits, and they're kind of like much more like the expected kind of kid behavior, I would say, or like the kind of things it would come out in ways that didn't really challenge them, their authority.
Yeah.
What made it different was that I was very much challenging to the authority. I started openly questioning, and I started brushing up against the rules a bit, and eventually that eventually drove me to the point that they kept trying to take me out of class as like a punishment, when it was really just it was just frustrating to me, because I just wanted to get back to my dang work. I just wanted to be left alone and do my dang work, but because of like a minor thing like yelling once got me sent for in school suspension
Mhm.
multiple times. And it slowly just became to me that I stopped really believing in like the Sunday, the church services that they had there, or like the Monday church services they had, were just I just like
Mhm.
I stopped really believing them. Just like, especially when my teacher was like this old school Republican type,
Mm.
and it was just like the way he talked. Like, at first, I was seduced by his thoughts, but slowly but surely, I was beginning to think, the heck is this guy talking about? Like, I don't, like, I was realizing, I don't believe this. I'm not a conservative.
Now, I have a
I'm not a
question for you.
Republican.
I have a question for you, if you don't mind me asking. Have
Yeah.
you ever read His Dark Materials / The Golden Compass by Philip Pullman?
I have heard of Philip Pullman's work. I have heard about the books. I haven't sat down and watched them, but I really, really, really want to read them. I really
Yeah.
do.
I would say there's a couple
Because like,
different ways to consume it. You can read the books. Books are great. There is a really good radio drama that was adapted into an audiobook. It's really good. Philip Pullman narrates it himself, and he has voice actors for all of the different characters. It's a really good
nice.
way to experience the books. And there is also an HBO adaptation called His Dark Materials. I think it's all 3 seasons. It's over. It's done. It finished last year, I think. That is also
Yep.
an amazing and beautiful adaptation. There is some differences, obviously, but it is one of the best, probably the best adaptation of a book series that I've ever seen. And it's got
Yep.
the main characters played by Daphne Keane, who also played Laura in Logan. Um,
Yep.
and for people that are kind of dealing with this thing you're talking about, it really helped me when I was kind of going through similar questions and asking similar things of myself and of the authorities around me. Um,
Yep.
Kind of helped me on that journey. So I definitely recommend that. I think you'd really like it. Philip Pullman
Yep.
comes from the same school of thought or from the same like academic background as J.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis, but a few
Yep.
generations later. And
Yep. So that.
everything that Tolkien and Lewis kind of are talking about, his Dark Materials is a deconstruction of that. Um,
Yep.
and it's very, very good. It's got a really good message, and it explores really interesting topics, but it's
Yep.
also like a very like compelling world. There are some disturbing things that happens, like child endangerment, and it doesn't shy away from the
Yep.
consequences of that. But yeah, I think you'd really empathize with the main character Lyra. I think you'd like her.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would totally do that. Yep.
Anyway, continue. Sorry, it's one of my favorite pieces of media ever, so I've got to share it with everyone I come in contact with, or I'll explode. But continue. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. But to continue, yeah, like so, like the sort of like baked in sort of like religious thinking was sort of like it sort of exploded around that time, and that was kind of like the moment I kind of like turned. I would say like I didn't say I straight up abandoned being a Christian at that point, but I turned my back on like the mainstream kind of Christian ways, because like that was also the same time I was kind of like learning about gay rights and like you know gay like the conversation was becoming, because like this was like 2014, 2015,
Yeah.
pre Obergefell v. Hodges, so it was becoming more and more visible, and it's obvious that like it's kind of obvious like realizing now that the reason why they didn't want me dating, even though I was like a young teen and I was curious, was because that they believed in the nonsense of like Billy Graham's whole controlling dating shit, like his whole like philosophy of like trying to control young sexuality by like trying to reintroduce like a lot of like the weird medieval like courting ritual nonsense, like that stuff, like in that particular brand of American Christianity is just very bizarre to me, because it's very obvious that it does not apply to the same sort of like power structure that existed before that, because but yeah, that's a whole other thing,
Yeah.
because like at the end of the day, like it's only been up until, but the point is of this long diatribe is that up until recently I had not really dipped my toes into like sort of extreme sort of like disturbing art, but
Yeah.
I have like experience of it, I have like knowledge of that sort of thing, and the particular piece of media, like one of the many pieces of media I do feel like kind of wanting to like explore about like this whole diatribe, this like whole discussion of like disturbing art, I feel like is it's a bit hard to like transition it into, but like with the way that previous our previous guest was talking about like musicals, the one that comes to my mind I'm a big fan of is Sweeney Todd.
Mm.
Yep.
Yep. I am.
Because like I feel like
I'm a fan. So.
Yep. Great. Yep. So yeah, I think the thing is I love about, well, to put it mildly, the thing about like the thing I like most about like the thing about the musical that I find so, well, like my experiences with it has always been sort of like aware of it, but like actually it's always been the thing that made me like it at first was the music. Like simply put, it is some of genuinely the best songwriting I have literally, some of my absolute favorite songwriting, because it's so dynamic. It's not like one, it's such a
It's in your
dynamic score
ear.
that I feel like,
Yeah.
yep, because like at the surface at the surface premise you think like, oh, it's a story about a guy who's just a murderer, so there's going to be a lot of there is shock value, but I would argue the shock value happens like it doesn't, it very much builds its time towards like the shock value in the story, it's
Yeah.
sort of
It's one of those like something a very bad thing happened to a good man, and how I kind of
yep,
put it is it's how like industrial London just really takes people, chews them up and spits them out and treats them like, and basically it's pretty literal. It's like, it's their meat for the meat grinder.
absolutely,
It
yep,
doesn't
it
kind of
is
shy away
very
from
much,
that metaphor.
yep, it definitely does not shy away from that metaphor, but it does something really interesting, because like, and especially from like an adaptation standpoint, it takes a story of it takes away the kind of like the lurid sensationalism that defined a lot of like earlier adaptations of Sweeney Todd, where they're very much like, it's like, ooh, it's spooky because he's doing things that you're not supposed to do. Ooh, he's putting meat in the pies. Isn't it so shocking to our Victorian senses?
Yeah.
And sort of making it like a reflection. And that's the thing I also love about like the musical score, is that it's not just the musical score, is it doesn't just exclusively focus on our main characters. It is also, a lot of the score is sung by
Yeah.
by extras,
Yep.
by the crowd themselves, and they often are very much included in these songs. Their reactions, their their thoughts, their feelings about it is just as important as our main characters.
And something that
Like
I always hear people get kind of like upset and worked up about is like, oh, but he was killing people other than the judge. It's like, yeah, but you don't get it. It's not just about what the judge did to him, it's about what London did to him. Um
exactly, because
because
at
the
the very
judge,
beginning of the
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, like because like at the very beginning of the musical, he outright interrupts Anthony's entire song about how great he is by being London, and basically saying, "No, fuck this place. This place is a shithole
Yeah.
and has done nothing but ruin my life."
Yeah, it's not just the judge that fucked him over, it's all of London that he's
Yep.
angry at. And I think like London, like the judge is kind of a representation of like what London has done to him, but he's just like a figurehead basically.
Yep.
It's if it wasn't him, it would be somebody
Be
else
someone else.
that fucked him over in
Exactly.
a different way because
Yep.
he's a working class man, he's a laborer in this city that just, there was a big problem with laborers having a very unstable lives and being worked to death and like stomped down and beaten down. Like there's like, again, it's very
Yep.
metaphorical, and you think it's like, oh, it's blood and guts and it's very literal. It's like, not as literal as you might think, you know?
Absolutely. It is. In fact, a lot of Sweeney's songs are very much have this very kind of personal touch to them. It's this
Yeah.
very because like the way the musical frame like the way he looks like this gaunt, brutish monster in a lot of like the costume designs and some of my favorite costume designs. They really emphasize the way that he looks like he's like a Victorian caricature given life.
Yeah.
But in his songs, you hear how deeply hurt he is and how there's this deep emotionality to many of his songs. Like his first solo is all about how he is all about as he's telling his story, he doesn't say it like this is what happened to me. He tells it almost like as a story, like he's almost detached from that
Yeah.
person who when that happened to him, he almost talks about him as if he's a separate person. One he looks back ashamedly that he let this happen to
Yeah.
him.
What was his name? Like, because he wasn't, his name wasn't Sweeney Todd. It was uh what was the barber's name? Like his original identity.
Uh oh, Benjamin Barker.
Benjamin Barker, exactly. To him, Benjamin Barker is gone. Like he's dead.
Yep,
He died when he was taken away from his family, and his wife supposedly died. Like all that's left
yep,
is Sweeney Todd, and he's going to do to London what London did to Benjamin Barker.
yep. Tear them apart, violently destroy them, and then repurpose their body as food.
Yeah.
And that's why he is so excited at the thought. He has like the thought, and that's kind of the thing. He has been waiting so long to let this ravenous anger slowly consume him over the years as his whole fuck everyone, I'm gonna murder them all thing is predicated by the fact that he came so close to finally putting the man who ruined his life 6 feet under, and he just barely slipped right away from him.
Well, it's because you can never. We sometimes we think, I think, that we're going to achieve that revenge and we're going to get that power, but we never can
Yep.
quite get there. And
Yep.
and he ends up hurting the one thing that he thought that means something to him, and
Yep.
he ends up.
Yep.
That's what happens um when laborers and workers take out their anger on the people around them and act violently in the way that
Yep.
he did, is that we all end up hurting one another,
Yep. and that is that's exactly what happens. Is that and that violent sense of revenge is like emphasized, and like that's the thing. Also, I like about is the other thing I like about it is that it kind of is that the whole musical does not let any one of its characters off the hook for anything. Like these characters are human and flawed, and they they are they're and much like I would say, like I said earlier, like in a previous discussion about like the differences of adaptation. The thing is that unlike the original story that Sweeney Todd was based on, The String of Pearls, there is no clear dividing line between who is good and who is evil. Like there is in the original, it was very much this clear like society and London society is good. The barber and the pie shop owner are the evil outsiders who represent like something that must be put down by law and authority. But obviously, the law is fucking terrible. Like both the judge and Beetle Bamford as stand-ins for Victorian law are just the absolute worst. You know.
Yep. And like as much as I love Tim Burton's version of it, I have a very mixed history as a somebody who was a baby goth in the 2000s. I have mixed feelings about Mr. Burton. Something that I have mixed feelings about is characters such as Toby, like the young boy that Mrs. Lovett adopts, and Anthony. Very he kind of puts them in as they're good people. But really in the musical, in the stage musical, the only good person is Joanna. You know, she's the only good person, and maybe perhaps Lucy, like Benjamin Barker's wife, you could say is a good person, but Anthony is a fucking creep in the stage musical. They kind of make him seem like less of a creep in the movie by making him kind of like this waifish, thin, sickly boy that gets the crap beaten out of him. But in the stage musical, he's like this big, heroic, buff guy. So when he starts talking about Joanna, he comes across as less as this desperate little dork and more of like this like entitled fucking weirdo. You know.
Yeah. And very much, he's very much, he very much is like he's very much a deconstruction of that sort of idealistic Victorian hero, you know, the square-jawed sort of heroic symbol of justice. That's not what he is. He is ultimately, he is very much possessive and, well, kind of not the smartest. He is very much not the smartest, you know.
He's not.
He is a man who.
He's not much different from Judge Turpin in the stage musical. He comes across in a very similar way.
Yep. The only thing essentially separating him from going fully down the part that Judge Turpin does is the fact that he is not. Well, is that one could argue he never goes as straight up. One can argue that the thing that prevents him from falling down completely into you know, it's not so it's a sort of we're not so different situation, but at the same time, but ultimately the thing that separates them is the fact that he
doesn't occupy the same power. Yeah.
Yep, he does not occupy the same power, and that he is ultimately not, you know, it's that he does not have that same sort of power and fucked up relationship dynamic that Turpin has, you know.
Yeah. Tobias is another interesting. Now, it's been a while since I've watched the stage musical, but Tobias, the young boy, he also has like this weird possessiveness over Mrs. Lovett, and he puts himself like he understands what's going on in the end, and I believe he ends up killing Sweeney in the end in the stage musical. It's been a while since I watched either the stage musical or the movie, and they kind of blur together for me in my brain.
Yes, he does.
But he's an interesting character because you can see in him, despite him being young, that sort of seed of darkness that all the other characters carry within him, because, you know, he was the assistant to Sweeney's first victim. And then he can kind of sense that there's something awful going on. He's getting this understanding, and he's putting himself, like Anthony, into this role of a hero. I think that like Turpin, Todd, Anthony, Tobias, they've got main character syndrome, is what we call it nowadays. They're all the main characters of their own story. And this is Level 2 to a degree. But because of that, they're kind of not as conscientious or empathetic towards the other people in their lives. And depending on the level of power they have, they all cause different amounts of harm. Turpin arguably causing the most harm. Todd causing, it's kind of arguable between Todd and Turpin because, like we don't see all the harm that Turpin has caused, but we can assume that he, with his authority, he has caused a lot of harm. But it's very interesting, all the way down to Anthony and then Tobias. Tobias, who maybe he as a child doesn't have the authority to hurt people the way that Todd or Turpin does, but we can sense that sort of like bloodlust that he doesn't quite understand, where he's ready to go to be like a vicious attack dog for Lovett, despite not really understanding the consequences of that, even at an age as young as him. And it's tragic because like he's known nothing but hard work and toil his entire young life, and he's ready to take on this role of a man and be in as a, I don't know. It's sad.
Very, very sensitive.
But yeah, I'm glad you brought it up because I was thinking about Sweeney Todd earlier, and I was like, I don't know if that really fits in with what we want to say. But you know what? It absolutely does, I think.
It absolutely does, because the part is that it's disturbing because it is ultimately a reflection of our society. It is it is asking the viewer to look into this sort of dark tale and ask you like what caused this, because that's kind of like the thing. That's ultimately the kind of like the thing that it leaves you on with both the opening song and the sort of like and the ending reprieve of like the opening ballad, like is that it's sort of it feels like it's directly it's as if they're the way that they are directly talking to you is like it feels very much like they're inviting you into the story and asking yourself, it kind of asks the audience to sort of put yourself in that shoe.
Yep. And they're all kind of like, all of these characters I mentioned that they're heroes in their own head, or main characters in their own head, but it's like of different genres of stories almost.
Yep.
And the lack of empathy with one another, I think, is what does them all in.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Was there anything else you wanted to go over in terms of disturbing media?
I gotta think about that. Yeah. There was. I think it's Let me think. Think here. It's what other disturbing thing? Let me hold on. Let me give me a second.
Train left the station. Also, thank you, Roxana Nava. The avatar will be like this for the remainder of October. I literally just finished it this morning.
Nice. Oh, I have something also always wanted to, something I felt like about.
Yeah?
The other one that I felt like, oh yeah. Here's the other one that I often do think about. It's the picture of Dorian Gray.
Yes. Oh, you've activated my trap card.
Yep.
That's a Oscar Wilde.
Yep.
Um, what version of this cover? Uh,
Fun fact about that is I've actually gone to the Chicago Art Institute, and I've actually seen the real life photo that was used for the 40s film. The one
mhm,
that in the 40s film they used like for like a few shots in the film they used color in order to emphasize what the painting really looked like. Like it's like this wide glory shot of like the painting to give you like the full appreciation of it, and yeah, I saw that like it's the full monster painting, and
mhm.
it's a really good, it's a really damn good painting.
Yep. It's I have mixed feelings about the 40s version of the film because
Yeah.
they're like it's Oscar Wilde, famously gay, famously was
Yep.
persecuted for being gay, and
Yep.
like the first version that of the book that the public got to see was very censored, but it is like an undeniably gay book. Basil's feelings
Yep.
towards Dorian are romantic, and not to mention,
Yep.
I'm sure you know this. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir, but like people like, oh, he's getting old and stuff. It's like that's kind of what it was. The thing that the painting is suffering from is it's taking on the symptoms of syphilis,
Yep.
right? Which
Yep.
was like a very common STD amongst gay men in that time period.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
and the painting was taking on those symptoms while he got to remain like smooth and attractive, and you know
Yeah.
um
Yeah.
there's some conversations to be had about shaming people for having STDs. Like we live in a very different world than Oscar Wilde did, but
Yep.
um
Yep.
it's interesting, and you I've got a bit of a bugbear about a lot of the Picture of Dorian Gray adaptations. Have you heard about the
Yeah.
one that Netflix is doing?
I have not heard about the one Netflix is doing.
It's called The Greys. The changes they're making is that Dorian and Basil are siblings, which is
Ugh.
insane, and Dorian is a woman, and
What?
yeah, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, neither am I, because it's like this just feels like why are you making this an adaptation then? Like why don't
Yeah,
like
like what could you possibly have? Like, you're just taking away the main themes. See, I think what they're trying to do is they want to do, Lucy Lou Watson from Elementary, which worked.
yeah.
That, like, I'm okay with the gender bending of Watson in Elementary. That is a
Yep.
very successful modernization. Um, and there are like some like homoerotic tendencies between Watson and Sherlock historically. It's one of the most
Yeah.
famous old classical historical like slash pairings.
Yep.
Um, you don't get that sort of romantic element as much in Elementary. I don't think you necessarily
Mhm.
need to. Um,
Yeah.
and that was not the intention. It's a little bit different with the Picture of Dorian Gray because it was intentional and very much that was what it was about. You know,
Yep.
you
Yep.
can't taking it. Sorry, I get a little bit worked up about that. But anyway, please,
Yep.
please, was there anything about Picture of Dorian Gray you wanted to talk about in particular? I
In
apologize.
particular, I think the thing I always felt like is like I've always felt like with like with that story is that people is that like I feel like kind of people get like kind of it's like the thing I've always felt like mentioning with that film is with that particular story is that people kind is like with many different with like certain like story beats and like things like that, like that show up in like future adaptation that reference it.
Mm.
It's like sometimes the kind of the message gets kind of like muddied a bit, you know?
Yep.
Because like I hate bringing up like this, but like League of the film version of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, which
Hmm.
oh boy, that one is a doozy. I won't get into, but like their portrayal of like how the painting worked in that film is just like it does not understand how the painting really works, you know.
Yeah.
Like, no, showing him his reflection won't kill him. He he feels bad when he sees it because it's his reflection of his sins. It doesn't literally kill him.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah, I mean that film also never explains why, because like one of the characters members of them is Captain Nemo, and like at least in the comics there was an entire mini series dedicated to explaining why the hell is Captain Nemo working for the British government when his whole character was that he went underwater to a completely because he hates the freaking British Empire. Yep.
Yep. I also
Like,
sorry, go ahead.
but yeah, like it's sometimes the concepts kind of like get mixed up or you know kind of like misunderstood through cultural osmosis. Like a few nights ago, we were discussing Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde because one of our members here was like talking about adaptation wise, and yeah, it's really not. It's not quite literally a like a split personality in the traditional sense in the books because
Yeah.
it's not like poof, I take this potion and suddenly I become the Hulk. I become the Hulk, but short. You know, it's more like he puts on this. He uses this to give himself an alter ego that he can indulge himself because the story is more
Yeah.
about the ultimate the whole thing is less about good and evil, but more like how we we presume what is good and evil and what is like shame and desire.
Yep. Well, it's like for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the potion doesn't even. I don't think it's been a while since I've read it. Like I think high school, but I don't think the potion actually does anything. It's basically a placebo, and it's more Jekyll giving himself permission. You know, like and even if the potion, I think it might be a little bit more vague, but like it doesn't really matter if the potion does anything or not. It's just that he's giving himself permission to be, you know, it's getting into like, this was written long before Carl Jung did his whole thing, but this the shadow self, you know, like the secret desires we have, and like when do we give ourselves permission? I would honestly love a modern adaptation or examination of Jekyll and Hyde, using the internet as, you know, as
absolutely
that sort of. I think there's like the potion is kind of a metaphor for these situations, like costumes or location. The internet works very well, or maybe books we write, or like a bar that we go to where it gives us permission to be a different version of ourselves, and let go of shame, which I think is really interesting. Another thing I wanted to bring up in terms of Dorian Gray in particular, I wouldn't call it an adaptation, but I think I would be surprised if he wasn't inspired. Are you familiar with Junji Ito?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Junji Ito.
One of his first stories, I think he entered it into like a horror manga sort of, not a contest, but the when you have like a bunch of stories in one thing. I can't remember what it's called. It starts with an A. Blanking on the words. Anthology.
It's anthology.
Yeah, anthology. Yep. Tomie. And one of the chapters of Tomie, there's actually kind of there's two, and they're kind of related. But the painting one I think is most interesting. And it's not a direct adaptation, but there is some clear inspiration where this girl, Tomie, something awful happened to her. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the story, but she was in a relationship with her teacher, and she confronted her teacher about it while on a school trip. Um, you know, and like, why haven't you told your wife? You told me you love me. He pushes her. She ends up falling down a cliff, dying. Um, and he freaks out, convinces the rest of the students that if people find out that he killed her, that everybody would be in trouble. So they start like cutting her into pieces to dispose of her body. But it turns out she's still alive. So they're like, kill her, and like keep doing it. And, like, we can't turn back now. Like, if she lives, if she survives this, she'll tell on us. And they end up cutting her pieces, throwing her in the river. But then next week, after the weekend and they all get back, she shows up to school again. And this is sort of the beginning of Tomie. And it turns out that all of those pieces basically respawn. We don't really know why, and it doesn't really matter why. It's Junji Ito, it doesn't matter. But she's become this force of nature where this girl who, like, admittedly was kind of a brat, but, she was relatively innocent and was being taken advantage of by an adult. She keeps coming back and is like the reflection of this awful thing that was done to her. And it's sort of like playing into like this siren thing, very similar to Dorian Gray, where everyone finds her extremely attractive, but there's a bit of a twist. They are so devoted to her and so attracted to her that every man that encounters her eventually is filled with the desire to kill her. But because she's immortal, like, any piece of her that's kind of regenerates into a new Tomie. And at this point, when this sort of adaptation of Dorian Gray happens, she's died multiple times. It's unclear, like, how conscious she is of the other parts of herself. But what we do know is that every time someone tries to take a photo of her, it doesn't work. Like, she says, nobody can capture my beauty. Like, so I'm going to get you, this really talented painter, to capture my beauty for me. And so he paints her portrait for like a week. And it's really challenging for him. But at the end, he's convinced that he has captured who Tomie really is. And when we see this art, it's this grotesque, two-faced creature. And it's a representation of what Tomie has become, this absolutely rotten soul that's like this splitting of identity of like between beauty and horror. And it's really interesting. And it's not quite the same plot or through line as A Picture of Dorian Gray, but it's exploring similar themes. And I would be shocked. I'd be shocked if Junji Ito wasn't inspired by Tomie. Anyway, sorry, that went on longer than I thought it was going to. I apologize.
It's fine. It's fine. I just remembered the other thing that I thought of, like, that I thought about, like, talking about was, like, is, like, my fascination with Hellraiser. Because, like, well, the first two films, really.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, all I had ever known about the films was just the image of, like, these weird, like, leather-strapped, like, S&M type demon monsters. That was, like, my entire exposure to them for, like, most of my entire life. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't go there because it had, like, hell in there, and I still had all that religious stuff tied into it.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I actually went into just, researching the series and researching about it, and it's like, it was not at all what I was expecting, because I was expecting, like, a very stereotypical slasher where it's just endless pain and torture, which, admittedly, that's what the sequels become, but we're not here to discuss the sequels.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what the first two Hellraisers are. If anything, Hellraiser is basically horror by avant-garde art art house film, basically, because
Mhm.
it is very slow, and it's very much very methodical, and it is disturbing, but it's kind of disturbing in its own sort of like supernatural, but like not like the typical supernatural, more like it's very Lovecraftian in a way, without all the Lovecraft baggage, but like because like the thing is, the Cenobites really are not the main villains in the first two Hellraiser films. They're not
Mhm.
the main focus of the horror. They act as a sort of way for the horror to manifest itself physically. They are characters, but they act as sort of like neutral arbiters of like the horror. They
Mhm.
are creatures who allow the indulgences of our human characters. The horror really comes from the fact that it with like a lot of Clive Barker's work is that the horror is in humanity and the
Yep.
depths to which mankind can do. It's not that man is the real monster. It's more like the capacity for sadism and what mankind is willing to do. Is
Yep.
what it makes it truly. And like Clive, I think also adds a lot of like eroticism into it. He adds a lot of like other stuff into it because he's a very fascinating artist, I would say, when it comes to horror. And I think he's kind of like underrated in terms of like his influence on the horror genre.
I feel awful as a horror connoisseur. Clive Barker is not someone I've seen a lot of, and you're not the first
Uh,
person that's talked to me about Hellraiser and about Clive Barker's work. Anthony has brought him up multiple times,
yeah,
and I feel like I've got to sit down and watch this freaking movie and more of Clive Barker's other work because it is up my alley, but I feel like
yeah,
I know about as much about Hellraiser as I can without actually sitting down and watching it. And I know it's something that would
yeah.
appeal to me, but it would be very challenging for me to watch as well. So I haven't
Totally
gotten
understand.
around to it.
Mhm. That I totally get. That I understand.
Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about tonight?
All right. Well, yeah, but the other thing. Oh yeah. The other thing I kind of wanted to talk about was like I would say is uh there was another thing I wanted to talk about like in this specific space is
Hmm.
let me think here
Take your time,
which
my
sort of thing.
friend.
Hmm,
Oh, says Clive Barker. Now I'm on a little Google food journey while you're thinking.
okay, yep. Oh, one other thing. Well, before I leave, move on to another thing. I want to say is that I really think one of my favorite aspects of those films was always the was Christopher Young's soundtrack for the
Hmm.
first two films. It's really, really like it is hauntingly gothic in an almost beautiful kind of way.
Yeah.
What was another thing? Yeah. Oh, the other thing. Oh yeah.
Hmm. I have seen a few of Clive Barker's things, it seems. I've looked into Jericho and Candyman, of course. Hmm. Are you still there?
I'm still there. I'm just trying to think of what I could bring into this.
Didn't
Think
realize
of
there were
what it
so
was.
many Candyman films.
Yeah, yeah. There was like two sequels that were very much not. They were not like uh. They were not a part of the plan. They were kind of like tacked on. One was like a typical horror movie sequel. The other was trying to cash in on Scream's fame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was a lot of things. Like that's the kind of thing is like with horror in particular. Okay, so yeah, I think I found it. It's like his horror is that it tends to like ebb and flows and waves. Like it's kind of like a monkey see, monkey do kind of process.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it kind of like they see what is accessible and they think like by like there's very obvious like very obvious phases to like a lot of like horror films. Like you can definitely like break it down and like to what film like inspired other films to do other things.
Yep. Yeah. Like everything kind of informs each other, especially in
Yep.
horror. But sometimes I feel like that original
Yep.
kernel, that spirit is lost.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Um
Yeah.
I feel that happens a lot with like especially with slasher films and
Yeah. Is that
where it's like the slasher villain is meant to represent something. Like Freddy Krueger represents nightmares and like guilt, and like
yep.
sins of the father, and Jason represents uh Jason represents like this loss of
Yep.
innocence, and like there's like a lot of guilt associated with a lot of slash villains, and then you've got
Yep.
Michael, who is like just this unstoppable evil force, this force of
Yep.
nature almost, where he's not really like a human. We don't really doesn't really matter what he looks like. It's just like
Yep.
this, you know,
It's the mask.
the animalistic side of humanity, I think. But
Absolutely.
I feel like sometimes it just kind of it loses its edge. And
Yeah.
you've got like a deconstruction like Scream, where we do see the man under the mask, or men under the mask, boys under the mask, really, and it's
Yep.
clearly these boys that idolized characters like Freddy and Jason,
Yep.
and but like they don't understand what they represent, and so they
Absolutely
just
not. Then it's usually an outlet. Usually in the Scream films, the the Ghostface persona is an outlet for their fuck. Usually their
perversion.
own failures, their own desires. They're kind of an
Yep.
outlet for their violent tendencies. Like yeah, both like in the first film, Stu and Billy and Stu were basically using the ghost face. Like for Billy, it was his pent up violent aggression and his feelings of like sexual dissatisfaction.
Yep.
As much as he tries to claim like, oh, I know you don't know, possibly could know what's driving me. We all know what's driving him is his like inability to process his own trauma and hurt feelings and his
Hmm.
desires and he's just using this as an outlet to hide the fact that he's just a very fucked up person.
Yep.
And he just can't properly handle like his own. He cannot process his own trauma in a healthy or reasonable way. And
Yep.
Stu is basically just doing this because he thinks it's funny. He thinks it's fun.
Yep.
He thinks he doesn't understand the consequences of his own actions.
Yep. We're in
Like
like
he
the
just like
characters. Go ahead. Sorry.
the characters like yeah like Stu like the instant Stu thinks that his plans aren't going his exact way, he immediately starts bawling his eyes out like I'm in so much trouble. I'm in so much trouble, Scoob.
And I feel like the characters, they're the people under the mask. They're the kind of people that would have worshipped the ground that
Yep,
all of these other slasher villains walked on. Um, that
yep,
really saw themselves in them, and like, but it's like, but you're not them because like it's not
yep.
you're not really supposed to see these characters as people. They represent something, and
Nope.
like you're a human being.
Mhm.
Um,
Yep.
have you seen, like, related to that? Have you seen the Batman, like the one with Robert Pattinson in it?
Yes, yes, yes. I have seen it. I
Mhm.
love it.
I feel like the Riddler
It's
is
exactly that kind of person.
exactly in that movie where like he sees him. He's like the modern version of Stu and
Yeah,
the other one that whose name I can't recall right now.
Billy.
Yeah, Sue and
Billy.
Billy. Where it's like he
Yep.
sees himself as this entity, but it's like you're not an entity, you're a fucking guy. Um
Yep. You're just some random dickhead, you know? It's like,
yeah.
God,
And Riddler
you're,
and Bruce are going through similar realizations of like I'm not just a symbol, I'm a human being. And but Riddler fails
yep,
to recognize his own humanity while Bruce does
yep.
recognize his own humanity. And I'm trying to think of like
Hmm.
a slasher film where the slasher does have to face his own humanity, but I can't think of anything. I
Yeah.
suppose something with a villain protagonist. I'm not sure Sweeney Todd quite
Yeah.
does that, you know.
Yeah.
Um, but you know, I think it's an interesting thing to kind of actually, you know what? No, I don't know where I was going with that. Um, let me do some Google foo for a second. Uh,
Mm,
because I'm sure it's been done, and I'm sure I've seen it because it
mm,
seems like a familiar premise. Um, hmm. I suppose Hannibal or maybe Dexter.
yeah.
Um, I think those would be examples of that. Dexter is,
Yeah.
I don't know if I would call that like a slasher, you know. Um,
Not really.
it's more of like a crime procedural.
Yeah.
But Hannibal, I think, is a
Definitely.
great example. Especially again, that's like especially if you go into the one with to the recent like the Hannibal series ABC drama.
Yep.
Again, that's more of a crime
Yeah.
procedural, but you know,
It's
I think
close
it's
enough.
yeah. At the end of Hannibal, they are kind of recognizing their own humanity despite like being classed as these monsters and you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's an interesting. It would be an interesting avenue to explore. I think is like this a serial killer kind, or not a serial killer, but specifically a slasher killer being forced to confront their own humanity, instead of and going
Yeah.
kind of into the reverse direction, and actually learning from it. I don't know.
Yeah. Seems interesting.
But anyway, was there? I keep on.
Yeah.
I feel like I keep on going off into tangents. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about tonight?
Well, yeah, I think one other thing I kind of want to mention is like, is I think like in relation to like the topic at hand is sort of about like is like what's like I've often wondered like what is the difference between an exploitation as art and
Mhm.
exploitation as like shock value kind of thing.
I think
I
it's
often wonder that myself.
I think it's the human element, you know.
Absolutely. Hmm.
I, and I think that like we were talking about this a little bit before, but you can dehumanize somebody, and yeah, I think Anthony said it best. It's like the difference between something like a Serbian film and Come and See, where the focus
Yep.
of Come and See is like, look at all of these horrible things that happen to these people.
Yep.
Whereas like exploitation is like, ugh, was that fucked up or what? Look at all this fucked up
Yeah.
shit. It's not, it
Yeah.
doesn't really
Yeah.
care about the human element of it. And I
Yep. Yep.
suppose
There
that
is
like,
def-
I suppose both are art. I don't like gatekeeping the term art. Um,
yeah. Neither do I. Even if sometimes I'm very much the guy who looks at modern art and is like and thinks it's like what the fuck is this? But at the same time, I have to remind myself at the end of the day, it is still art.
mhm. I think that like,
Hmm.
it's taste. It's tasteful. This sort of
Yep.
tasteful, disturbing versus like just for shock value, and
Yep.
there's no taste and no humanity to
Yeah.
it.
Yep. Like recently, I recently went to like this art another art museum I went to was at this was up in Wisconsin. There's like a lot of paintings there, and one of them was a painting from like I think the late 1800s about that was depicting the it was from Russia and it was depicting the sort of the massacre of Novgorod. So for historical context, this was the very beginning of like the Russian Empire as we know it.
Hmm.
It's with under the reign of Ivan the Terrible. One of his many things that gave him the moniker was the fact that he spent most of his time as monarch destroying, like systematically, going after the boyars who were like
Mm.
a sort of like I wouldn't how do I describe? They were like an ethnic group in Russia. They were kind of like they were like aristocrats, but like not quite. Like there was a lot of like history of like boyars being kind of treated as like one of like the ethnic groups in like the
Hmm.
Eastern European. Like there's a lot of like history of like repression and mistreatment of them by ruling monarchs at the time. So like,
Hmm.
but yeah, like the painting was like very taste. It was very interesting because it's like there was a lot going on with it, but like the one particular part of the painting that really caught my eye was the face of this woman who was like going through all of it. Like I think I'll post it in like the chat.
Hmm.
I'll post it in the chat with like yeah, the thing is about it is like the painting itself had like this part in it where you see like throughout all of it, the one part of the painting that really captures the eyes is the look at this woman like right in the middle wearing red and just like looking straight into the viewer.
Hmm.
It was very haunting for me seeing that. Like I'm posting it in the call-in chat.
All right, I'll open it up. Ooh. And yeah, that
Hmm.
that person, this person right here in the middle.
Yep.
Is this? Do you know? Is this a
But yeah,
large painting in person?
yeah, it's a large painting in person. This is like the real painting in person, that I saw.
Yeah, I feel like there's something that like seeing pieces of art like this in physical.
Yeah,
It's there's something. There's something about them.
about it that's just absolutely, hmm Yeah,
Similar, if you don't mind me, you don't mind me talking about something else sort of related. One of
yeah.
my
I
favorite
don't mind you.
one of my favorite artists, my favorite painters is Kent Monkman, who is an indigenous man that has been painting work about colonization and his experiences as like a queer indigenous person for a
Yep.
few decades now. And his
hmm
stuff, oh, some of it's very disturbing. But
Yeah.
some of it's also kind of erotic. I think there's boobies there. We can't focus on
Yeah.
that. But like, here's one thing, and it's very clear what his art is about, and it can be very
Yep.
disturbing and transgressive sometimes. Or
Yep.
you've got something like this, and like it's just packed with meaning. Um, and this is all done in acrylic, which is interesting because acrylic, I don't know how much you know about like the actual art of painting. Acrylic is not really valued in the same way that oils and pastels and stuff. It's kind of thought of as a very cheap form of art. Um, but Kent Monkman very often paints in styles reminiscent of like Baroque and Renaissance. And it's there is one piece. Let me double check to see. This is less disturbing and more transgressive and in your face. Uh, and it's one of my favorite pieces. Uh, uh, let's see if I can bring it up. And I saw this when I went to Fredericton for the eclipse. There was an art gallery, and there was yeah, sure I think it should show that. This is called the Trapper's Bride. And there's a lot going on here. And it kind of might make you uncomfortable to look at. Um, but it's saying something that it's definitely saying something about colonization and about reclaiming that. And this painting is hung, and it's the only modern painting hung in this Renaissance hallway. So you've got everything else. I think the latest is like the early 1800s. And then there's this painting that was painted, I think, like maybe like a decade ago. And it is in the style of a Renaissance painting. But just the act of this painting being in that hall is part of the art. It's very intentionally placed there. Um, and so you're thinking, oh, the Trapper's Bride must be talking about this woman riding on the back. But actually, um, this woman is Kent Monkman's drag persona. And you'll also notice that she's the trapper. She's the one with the equipment. And she's might be on the back, not steering the horse, but she's holding. It's a very provocative image. She's the one holding the reins attached to this white man. It's a very provocative pose. Like there's certain like implications being made here in this piece of art. And I love this piece so much. And it's scandalous that this is placed, you know. You might think like you go when you see it and you realize what it is, and it's kind of scandalous that it's put here among these great pieces of Renaissance work. But the thing is, Fredericton is on unceded territory, for Indigenous people, I believe, Mi'kmaq Nation. I'm not from New Brunswick, so I'm not 100% sure. Uh, so really, like this piece has more business being there than any of the other pieces in that gallery. Um, and it's such a fascinating piece of work. And this is like one of his more upbeat pieces, I think. Some of his stuff is very disturbing, like, it's dealing more with some very tragic imagery. Like this was made in 2016, Monkman 2016, yeah. Trapper's Wife is, I'm not sure. I think that's the year, but I am not absolutely sure. But I don't know. Anyway, sorry, went off on my little tangent again. But um, going back to the one you sent, yes, this one. Um, I I don't feel like I can pull up some of his art that resembles this specific image, but like there's a lot of commonalities. But he does not pull punches. There's some absolutely vicious things happening in some of his paintings, so I thought I'd pull something up that's more transgressive than disturbing. But um, I love when paintings like they have somebody in there, and he does it in a few of his paintings too, where there's just a person that's just standing front and center and just looking at you. And a lot of Kent's Monkman's works are similar, where there's these huge, larger than life paintings. And I've seen like a lot of them in person, and it's just like hits you in the face what's happening, and you feel like you can reach out and touch them, and I don't know, it reminded me of his work a lot, and I think in terms of like oppression and colonization, and it's a very interesting subject to tackle with that kind of artwork. So yeah. Are you still there? Nope. Oh, here we go.
There we go.
Oh,
All right,
sorry.
yay, we're back in.
I don't know what
It's
happened.
okay. It's
I
okay.
kind of went on a big
I
old
have no idea.
tangent.
Yeah, it's fine. But I genuinely was finding that interesting because that was generally something very interesting.
Yes, but yeah, I this is like a really, I want to get that more high resolution of, ooh, there's some details in this person's expression that you don't see in do you know what are the dimensions of this piece? Like, is it like life sized? Hello?
Maybe it is. Who knows?
Like, have
You're
you
asking
seen
about my.
the piece that you shared? Is it life size?
Yeah, it's a very big painting. It's a large. I won't say like full on life size, but it's a very big painting. Like I would have to like sort of like in order to like for me to see it, I had to like step back to get like the whole thing.
Mm,
Like there were several other ones. Also, interestingly, also while I was there, I also saw briefly. I didn't take pictures of it because it was a bit disturbing, and I didn't really have like the time to like grab it. But if I do get to go back to that art museum, I'm probably gonna want to take pictures of it. But it was like from these it was like this art depicting like the Congo. It was like art
mm,
depicting like it was art depicting like it was from I think it was like a Congolese artist that was depicting like recent modern history, the recent modern history of the Congo, and it was very. It did not pull any punches. It was very dark. It was very dark, but it had this very interesting kind of like almost like throwback to earlier like tribal art because it was like right next to the sort of like historic tribal art,
hmm
and it was very dark, but at the same time it had this very clear skill. Like it was doing it in this very stylistic way, and it was like
hmm
it kind of drew me to it, learn about it because like I haven't really studied a lot of African history, and like it's not my zone of expertise, but I am aware of like some of like the more recent history and like a lot of the bad shit that's happened in recent
hmm
times, just to understand it. And like, yeah, the thing about like the Congo is that because it is one of the most research rich parts of Africa, it has been, very much often fought over, and I think that it kind of shows up in that work because there's a lot of like military like depictions of like soldiers and troops, like
Hmm.
things like that.
And something an earlier guest mentioned is like it's one thing to learn about the history from primary sources like textbooks and research documents and thesis
Yep,
papers, but seeing
yep.
art,
It's one
art is
thing,
just as important as like
absolutely. Hmm.
it makes you empathize and
Art is just,
understand people and adds a humanity to all of this data that like you can't necessarily get in like a
yeah.
thesis paper or another
Sometimes, yeah,
primary
data just
source.
doesn't really exactly. Data doesn't exactly depict human tragedy as well. Like sometimes it doesn't fully give you the idea of sometimes like the human aspect to it. So I think, yeah, art can definitely help that.
Hmm. uh take
But
like
yeah,
take like the Holocaust for example. Like we see this number,
yeah,
the number 6 million thrown around, but
hmm,
what was it? It was the one. Hold on, let me do Google Foo for a second. Um,
yeah,
and that's not very good. When they started doing these like displays of all of the shoes,
yeah,
um, and here we go. And this is just a small portion, but these are like shoes that belong to children that were victims of the Holocaust. And
yeah,
it humanizes them in a way that that number, that figure doesn't quite do, I think. And
yeah,
there has been recent similar usages, and like as an indigenous person, I feel a lot of camaraderie between, you know, there's a lot there, we have like a similar history, a shared history um with the Jews, I think,
yeah,
in the way that we were oppressed, in the way that we were that like the violence committed upon us. Like there's a lot of like commonalities there, and there's a lot of empathy between the two communities. And there has been similar demonstrations since we began to kind of uncover these mass graves within the last few years. Like this is recent. Um,
yeah,
and there was one that was local where people placed shoes of like children's shoes, and they were just to illustrate, and just lined them up down the sidewalk, and it went on for blocks, and it was very disturbing to think about like each pair of shoes represents a child, and they're so
yeah,
small, and it's like
hmm,
that was a kid, an innocent kid, and it could have
yeah,
been any of the kids that I know in the neighborhood or I work with in my day job, or like my nieces, my nephews, my friends' kids. One day it could have been my own. If I ever had kids, it could have been them. Like, and it's
yeah,
so it hits you, it punches you in the face a lot more than those big numbers and that and like
yeah,
these news articles do. And I think it's really important that we can't look away, you know. Anyway,
hmm, yeah. Oh yeah, the other things I wanted to mention. There is one more other thing I wanted to
Yep.
mention. Was like something I always found like something that kind of I want to tie back a bit to like the something I kind of like want to tie back a bit to like something we were discussing earlier was I think here what was I thinking of? Uh, what was it? Oh yeah. Uh, yeah, tying back into it, it's like I think like okay, now here's the thing: is like I remember it's like the thing that sort of stopped being like the thing that really made me like realize kind of like the thing is that's kind of come for me is the fact that is that I kind of realized that like growing up like from like a Christian perspective is like it's like one of those things is like it's I mean where's the there's so much I could say but like
Yeah. No, it's okay. Take your time.
mhm,
For me, I feel like it's interesting because like there's so much pain that's kind of like it's deified, I think is the word we were using earlier.
yeah
Like, oh, this man died for your sins so that you could be saved. And pain is very central to,
yeah
and pain and suffering is so central to that religion. But at the same time,
yeah
you know, but at the same
your
time, it's
pain
not, yeah, like you have to
your pain is
experience
your
pain,
pain.
but it's you can't like, but it's so complicated, I think.
Yeah,
The way that Christianity has this relationship to suffering. Um,
it absolutely does.
where
And it also
suffering
has this
is,
very strange. And it
go
also
ahead.
has this like this strange relation. It's always had this strange relationship with the human body, and like it
Hmm.
has always had this like strange like relationship with like the way it's developed about like shame and especially towards the body
Yep.
when like well that's more like a denomination thing like it's something one can argue isn't like directly from the scripture but it's like there's a link between it and the sort of like the feeling of like bodily shame of sorts.
Yeah. Well, that's. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't think it is denominational. It's kind of like baked into Genesis. Is that
Yeah,
like
it is baked in. Yeah,
it's
yeah,
shame is like the first thing that they feel as soon as they understand, you know, the difference between good and evil is they are immediately ashamed of themselves and their bodies and
yeah,
um their humanity even. Um and they
yeah,
cover themselves up. And that's the basis of Christianity. I can't really speak as much on Judaism. I'm not Jewish, and I know that there are some
yeah,
differences in the way the text is interpreted between
yeah,
the two religions. Um,
yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
but so I can only
Especially
speak from a Christian viewpoint. So
yeah.
and not to mention, like one of the things we freaking worship is this freaking nearly naked man, like dying
Yep.
and suffering on a cross. Like that's messed up.
Yep.
Um,
Yep. It is messed up.
Yet, like outside the context of that, outside the context of it being Jesus and of Christianity, you can't look at that. That's sinful. That's disturbing. That's like that's disgusting. Like you're wrong for looking at that, or for thinking about that, or for depicting that.
Mhm.
Um, because it's only okay for Jesus to do it because he's not human, you know, like
Yep.
it's interesting how like that pain and suffering is dehumanized but also supposed to
Yep.
represent the pain and suffering of humanity. It's very
Yep.
interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting. Yep.
I
But
also I
yeah, in
also
all honesty,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
like like all honesty, like it's this. There is this very much this complicated relationship, and so I know, and you see so many like the history of like so many people being hilariously afraid of their own vices that they go to extreme lengths to hide them.
Mm-hmm.
And you see like especially with like the like you have people like Anthony Comstock in America who spent his whole life like policing other people's morals and their sexual deviancy. And, you often wonder like what made like the what was he trying to hide, or if he was just so if he spent so much of his time like obsessing over other people, like to make himself that he had to make it everyone else's problem. And you start you see this with like sometimes you see like this with like these very openly like moral religious people, like, and then you come out and you find out that they're hopeless degenerate, they're hedonistic degenerates. I shouldn't say
Mm-hmm.
degenerates, but like they are, in their own words, sinful degenerates who are engaging in the very activities that they demonize so much.
Yep. Many such cases. It's again, don't want to name any names.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's you hear about it, and it's spoken about, and then you see it play out in real time and you're like, what the fuck? Like how can
It's
anybody,
way more
like
shocking.
the
Yep.
projection that these people have, like the most vindictive, like holier than thou people are usually the ones that are causing
Yep.
that feel the most guilty on the inside, and they're just
Yep.
overcompensating.
Yep.
Anyway,
Very,
I won't go
very
too
much.
much
Yep.
into that specific example that I'm sure we're all thinking of,
Mhm.
but good lord.
Yep. The one that always comes to my mind is we had a senator here named Larry Craig, and he was your bog standard like Republican, like, but also he had this very much this old school like religious bent to him.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that happened about him was the fact that he had a long history of like encounter, like the first sign of like people got the first like he had a long history of like allegations spreading around about his
Mm-hmm.
behavior. At first, it happened with like in the 1980s, like a group of junior staffers allegedly tried to claim that several senators were, you know, sexually exploiting them, and they were like young men, and they were like trying to say, oh, but like the whole the whole case didn't have had very little merit to him. But out of all the people they accused, only Larry Craig was the one to come out directly and say, I had no part in this, I didn't do any of this, I don't know, I am not a homosexual.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that years later, the police had been like following him for a while, and then they caught him quite literally in a in a bathroom in Minneapolis, Minnesota. They found him in the Minneapolis, the airport, the terminal. They found him
Girl,
in the
in
terminal,
the
like
airport.
in the bed. Yes, and that's when the feds found out, and it was revealed that this man had had been doing this a lot. He would go into bathrooms, he would openly proposition men for sex, and apparently he had hundreds of sexual encounters. Like I think like
Oh,
249 alleged
what the fuck?
sexual encounters throughout his lifetime as a senator.
What the fuck? God.
Yep.
It's like the thing is that these people they want and here's my theory. They want to dehumanize the people that do these things because if the people that do them are not human, then when they do something similar, well, it's like I'm like a full person. I think good thoughts. I would never be a monster. I'm not a monster, so I can't
Yep.
possibly be guilty. Um,
Yep.
So they don't want to look at art that kind of shows the human side to these vile, atrocious things because they don't want to consider that it could possibly be them. Um, you know, it's kind of like the way people fall for cults and the way people fall for like like MLMs and pyramid schemes. It's like you can't remove the humanity from other people because it'll just it never ends well. um you know and I think that's
Yep.
what a lot of these Christians do. It's like, well, I know I'm a godly man, so like when I have sex with strange men, I'm just, it's just to for me to, it's just a little bit of sin as a treat. I'm not a monster. I'm not a sinner. I'm not a homosexual, and you justify it, and it's like, you know, that's my theory. That's what I
Yeah.
think when it comes to these kind of people.
Totally.
A fucking airport. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah. Yeah. An actual gosh dang airport. And like he tried to come up with every excuse in the book. He tried
I,
to come up with every excuse in the book. Like his excuse at the time, one of his excuses was, "quote I have a wide stance in the bathroom when I use the toilet. I have a wide stance."
oh boy. I
Yep.
don't want to. No, I don't want to think about that.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, like they caught him. He was like a total embarrassment.
Yep.
What's the funny part is that he admitted he pled guilty to the court, but then he proceeded to say that he wasn't guilty to the public. He said, "I did not do this at all. I am not guilty."
Many such
Even though they
cases.
already had him dead. Yep, they already had him dead. They already had him dead to rights on that one.
Oh
So
my god.
he basically lost his political career by that point. But now he's gone to like I would consider the shadow realm. And now he's just like he's apparently
Uh-huh.
still a lobbyist, but he's lobbying. He's instead of doing the whole religious thing, now he's just hiding behind big business because he's lobbying for the timber industry.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Was that everything, or Was there anything else?
Honestly, I think that's about it, really.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming to the show. I have one more
Yep.
guest after you, and oh, is there anything you'd like to plug, by the way? Channel or projects or anything?
Well, uh, like I mean, I have projects, but they're not really like safe for work ones. They're kind of like personal
Mm-hmm.
projects or something like that. So I really can't like plug. I wouldn't be really able to plug it, but I sometimes do fanfics. Sometimes.
Uh-huh. Well, you're around on the server, and there are certain places to post that sort of thing. So feel free, as long as it's use your best judgment, as I say to most
All
people.
right.
But yeah,
Yep.
awesome. Thank you so much for being on the
Awesome.
show.
Yeah. Sure. Why not? Thank you.
Bye bye. Bye-bye. Mm. All right. I have one more guest, and I think this will be our last. Ba-bum. If she's still awake. Sometimes she. Oh, there we go. You are still awake. Yippee! How are you doing?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me well?
I can hear you. Oh, I'm gonna turn you up a little bit because I don't think the audience. Oh, well.
Oh boy.
Oh. Uh-oh. You are a little bit quiet, and I have you up as to the max. Can I?
Oh,
Let's see. Can I turn Discord up? Yeah,
let's see. Is that better?
it's a little better.
I tweaked my mic a little.
Okay, yeah, that should be fine. You're a little quiet, but yeah, it should be fine. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, I am Gwendolyn, the one and only Belgian on Earth. You won't find any.
Yeah, there's no other Belgians.
Uh, uh, I use she, her pronouns, and right now I am terrorized and I haven't eaten in a while, so I'm quite hungry.
You should probably eat after this. What did
No,
you want to talk about?
I was making a fear and hunger joke.
Oh, I see, I see, I see. Uh-huh.
But uh, I actually wanted to talk about something uh,
Mm-hmm.
that like runs really deep, like from when I was a very small child, with how I would interact with disturbing media.
Mm-hmm.
W- and the way I would interact with it was that I wouldn't interact with it as much as much as I could. As a child, I was very much afraid of my own shadow,
Oh, jeez.
and so I wouldn't like every time I heard of something that like oh yeah that like I was told that a movie or a game was scary, I wouldn't interact with it because I was afraid of being afraid.
Uh-huh.
And so for the longest time, like I was genuinely like insanely easy to scare as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
But then like wait, for example, I like an example that comes to my mind right now is that as a kid I was insanely arachnophobic.
Oh,
I I hated spiders, for example, but I love the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies.
yeah.
Yeah, I loved those movies as a kid. I still do, but so every time you would see a spider, which happens quite a lot in those movies, uh, I would just like want to like that was the one part of the movie I haven't seen like until very recently, the scenes
Mm-hmm.
where you would see Peter get bitten by a spider.
Mm-hmm.
But uh and then later on in life I actually went from hating spiders to not really caring about them, and then with other pieces of media, it ended up being one of my favorite animals.
Yeah, I have a similar experience with spiders actually. My mother was they say that like your parents really inform you of like those kind of phobias. My mom deathly afraid of spiders. Like this butch lesbian who would be very happy to stick her hand down a wolf's throat to feed it a pill would see a little spider immediately up on the chair screeching.
Yeah,
Uh, and so that like obviously because of that, I was very much afraid of spiders for a long time. But a couple of years ago, I decided I was going to start doing some exposure therapy on myself, and I started by watching videos about jumping spiders, like the little cute fuzzy ones. Did you know they
Yeah,
cuddle? They cuddle with people. They are very
yeah,
friendly and tame. So I started watching those and little videos of small spiders, and like I started interacting with little tiny spiders. And it's gotten to the point now that I don't really freak out as much. Like, I think yesterday I was downstairs coming in from outside, and there was this big, long legged spider on the handrail, and I didn't notice until my hand brushed over it. And I didn't even react. Like, so I
yeah.
very much
I,
get where you're coming from.
as a kid, if I saw a spider in my room, I would like immediately freak out.
Mhm.
But nowadays, if I see a spider in my room, I kind of treat it like it's a roommate because
Yeah.
it's quite useful actually. It gets
Yeah.
rid of pests.
I mean, for me, a lot of it was like I didn't want it crawling on me and I didn't want to accidentally squish it. Those were my
Yeah,
two things that I didn't want to think about. It freaked me out a lot. But that's, rationalize it
yeah.
as like it's probably
So
not going to crawl on
sorry.
me.
Go
And
ahead.
it, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, actually, what you were saying kind of got back to my point. It's that, like, I was afraid of very much everything and anything,
Hmm.
even remotely disturbing, no matter how not probable it was.
Hmm.
Like, obviously, I was afraid of fucking ghosts and ghouls, but I was also afraid of being kidnapped and more grounded stuff.
Oh, I have a question for you. Were
Yeah,
you ever afraid of like a black hole swallowing the earth?
like, yes.
Me too. That was like, I was weirdly afraid of that like all the time, which
Me
that's not how
specifically,
black holes work.
yeah, it is. But also, me specifically, the thing that scared me was when I learned that uh, the sun is going to explode
Yep.
and destroy the entire solar system.
Yep.
And like, I
Yep.
knew that it didn't happen until like several millions of years from now, and I would be dead then. But I
Or
was
like
still
a meteor or a comet hitting Earth and vaporizing everything.
weirdly enough,
No.
that's the thing I would always rationalize because I knew how, like, knew as a kid that the distance between two objects in space is like gigantic.
Hmm.
Like,
There
if
was.
even like in an asteroid belt, like the distance between two asteroids
Yep.
is like several kilometers.
Yeah. Whenever you see those movies or shows where like they're having to dodge between like closely packed rocks in an asteroid belt, it's that's not realistic. Even in the new Alien movie, um they're on the rings of Saturn, I think. And it's basically treated as this disc that as soon as you like the rings are treated as this disc of like rocks that are closely packed together that as soon as you touch it, you're dead. But that's not the reality. Like
Yeah,
you could probably fit like several spaceships in between the rocks of
yeah,
like the belts of like the planets, and like you could go through the asteroid belt and never see an asteroid. So
yeah. But so yeah, so as a kid, I would be just afraid of just about anything that would be
yep.
vaguely threatening.
Yep.
And the thing is, I grew up with my brother, who, weirdly enough, wasn't scared of anything. The little shit.
Oh, I'm sure he loves to rub that into your skin.
He, well, as a kid, he would like very much tease me all the time because I get scared easily and he doesn't. So yeah.
Hmm.
But so like growing up, I like I kind of saw with the media I would consume, like my fears became more and more grounded with time,
Mhm.
and to the point where nowadays I don't get very much scared of like the improbable stuff. Like
Mhm.
even if we put in suspension of disbelief,
Mhm.
I still only would get scared for like very human topics.
Yep. What's something that really scared you as a kid, like a piece of art or a movie or something that really scared you, and you watched it like as an adult, and you're like, oh, that's not a big deal.
Hmm, that's genuinely a very good question. I'm having a blank right now.
Okay.
Um, I guess I could say like the I was insanely afraid of the Scream mask, like the mask from
Oh,
the movies.
Ghostface.
Yeah, Ghostface. Like as a kid, I would see it like in like posters that would be advertising the new Scream movie, and I would be scared of the poster.
Yeah, it is a creepy face.
Yeah, nowadays I have the mask in my house.
Oh, yeah. It is kind of goofy once you've seen the movie itself, I think.
Yeah,
It's
also
not really
the
scary,
also with the fact that I've seen Scary Movie more than I've seen Scream.
so you would associate it with scary movie rather than Scream.
Yeah.
Yep. No, that makes sense.
Um but so like sorry.
No,
With
go ahead.
this I ended like stuff that would scare me like as a child would end up like a bunch of those nowadays are genuinely stuff that I'm very interested in. Like
Yep.
for example, for a very long while, my brother was very much obsessed with SCP,
Wow. And that
and
scared the shit out of you.
I hated it.
What's one of
So,
the SCPs that really freaked you out?
actually, like 173, the
Isn't that
statue,
yeah, the original one?
yeah, like it freaked me out because it very much like the file would give you a bunch of details on how it would kill you, and that freaked me out.
It is fucking weird and disturbing.
Also, at the time, I didn't know what Doctor Who was, so I
Yeah.
didn't know what the King Angel was either. But nowadays, I fucking read SCP files in the middle of the night while I'm eating something.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's interesting. It's almost like I feel like it's very normal. I feel like humans have this instinct or like this desire that seems innate. It's very natural and healthy, I think, to explore the things that disturb and frighten them and learn more about them, and it kind of like disarms them in a way. Um, the more,
Yeah,
and it kind of circles back to that little comfort circle that I've been speaking about. That like once you kind of step your little toesies out of your comfort zone and you find out, hey, nothing bad happened to me. It empowers you to do that more and more and more.
yeah. I will say stuff like some stuff that are very fictional. I still kind of like link in my mind to real life stuff, so I get kind of scared.
Mhm.
Like, for example, really love Fear and Hunger,
Hmm.
and I work in a basement. That's not good.
Yeah. You've been on voice call a couple times while in that basement, and honestly, anytime you're going down, because also I don't know if you do, but I do not like being in basements. I do not like it.
Oh,
Um,
I hate it too.
it's scary. It's disturbing. I feel trapped, and then like, what could be down there? Um,
Okay,
you know,
the
I
worst part for me with basements, sorry I cut you off.
no, it's okay. Go ahead.
The worst part for me with basements is that I am very tall.
Oh,
I bump my head all the time. The basement of my house, I can't go in there without being like bending over.
I I got I got locked in a basement before,
Oh,
so
that's horrible.
I don't know if I was locked. I think the door was just a little difficult. And it wasn't for very long, but like the light was turned off, and it was like one of those like I couldn't see where it was, and like nobody could hear me banging on the door for what felt like forever, but I'm sure it was just like a minute or two.
Yeah.
And there was like weird smells, and like I'm sure there was mice or bugs down there, and it's just ugh.
Like when you're in a situation that you don't like, you notice all the little sounds.
Yep. I also like don't like being alone in I I don't like being alone in dark spaces in general.
Yeah.
I'm a little baby. I'm very afraid of the dark. I sleep with a lamp on. Like I'm not afraid to admit that the dark terrifies me. And actually, you know what?
Yeah.
This brings me on to an excellent point because we have you have mentioned it a couple times in the server, and it's a movie that I really liked. Skinamarink.
Yeah, it's actually a movie I've never seen, but I really want to.
Oh, you haven't?
Yeah, I haven't.
I
I plan to watch it with my brother on Halloween and not tell him what it's about.
ooh ooh, have fun. I love that movie. It's so good. I'm so glad I watched it. I'm never gonna watch it again.
Yeah,
uh, I think you suggested it for the server for one of the movie nights, but I, I think I don't think it's the kind of movie that you can watch in that sort of setting. When I watched it with I think we were still dating at the time. I watched it with my ex, who I'm still friends with, but um, and we had to stop halfway through, get up and go do something else, then sat back down and watched the rest of it. It is slow. It is disturbing. There's no release of tension for the entire run through. You're just like, oh, the dread. It's just so poignant. And if you're afraid of the
I've
dark, it's even harder to watch. I won't spoil it,
this
but that feeling, it
yeah.
just never goes away.
This reminds me again. I'm going to talk about my brother again.
Okay.
A lot of the stuff I'm afraid of is kind of linked back to him.
Yep.
Not that I have a bad relationship with him, but still.
Family's
Um,
hard.
yeah. A few years ago, he would just he wanted to show me something, and it was a video about this YouTube channel called Alan Tutorial.
Oh my god. Yep.
This fucking terrified me. I was crying by the end of it.
Oh, yeah, that one's
He genuinely, like, the moment I started crying, he genuinely started to worry if I was actually okay. But, like, this also kind of grounded me with the fact that I realized how much I hated first person horror.
yep.
Like I don't think I could ever watch Project Blair Witch.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know. I can't deal with the fact that you can't like usually with movies you get like I dramatic irony. Like you
Yep.
can see what the characters can't.
Yep.
Like this, like those movie removes it because and so you like in your mind you feel like you're the victim of what's happening,
Hmm.
if that makes sense.
No, it does. How do you feel about Paranormal Activity?
um I have seen it a while ago. It genuinely like it was scary but not as
Yeah.
much.
What about God? What is it called? The one with the big scary kaiju that's shot in first person and it's a horror
Oh, I
that
don't know that.
they turned into a uh um
Cloverfield.
yeah,
uh,
Cloverfield.
Spaghetti.
Cloverfield. Yeah,
Thank
Cloverfield.
you, Spaghetti.
How did you feel about Cloverfield? Did you see Cloverfield?
I've never seen it.
That
I'm looking
one?
at the stream. I just looked at the stream with the blue chair.
Yeah, that was the Alan tutorial.
Yeah.
Cloverfield is interesting. It's do you know about it?
No, I never heard of it actually.
Um it's it's kind of filmed in the same way that Blair Witch Project is. And there's
Gotcha.
some entity, we don't know if it's come from the sea, it's come from space, if it's an alien, if it's like a dinosaur from long ago. We never really get like a good picture of it. Um, Obviously, it's playing into post 9/11 field, not 9/11 fears in America. Like that's a big part of it. It's a bit of a disaster film as well, but it's very interesting. Now, the Cloverfield, like the first movie's great, and I kind of like everything else in the franchise for different reasons, but for some reason they decided to tie them all together, even though like it's clear that they were supposed to be very separate movies, dealing with very separate consequences.
Oh,
It's weird, and then like the last film is called The Cloverfield Effect, and I don't know,
that
it got kind of weird. I do
it
like the
sounds like
Cloverfield movies. I feel like that's like a um controversial opinion, but Cloverfield, the first one, um, I don't know if it would be too much for you or not, but it
I
is an
guess I
interesting
should
movie.
I guess I should look into it.
Yeah, it also had an ARG around it as well, I believe. But it's interesting to look at the YouTube videos about the ARG because it was like a little bit before I was getting into that sort of thing. It came out in 2008. And I would have been when I was 16, and my access to the internet was a little, back in those days, like the computer that people like I didn't have a cell phone. Like the computer we had was the family computer in the living room. So it's not like I could just like watch YouTube videos or like just kind of do whatever. Like I had access to the internet, but it was like I said, it was very limited. So online culture, like I only got in spurts, but yeah,
Yeah, the olden days.
the olden days.
Um, another thing I wanted to talk about was a very controversial, I guess you could say it's controversial
Mhm.
anime
Oh,
because that's genuinely the first time in like at least the first time I can remember thinking, am I a bad person for thinking this of this character?
Okay.
The anime is called Happy Sugar Life. It's don't watch it, first of all.
Am I gonna put on a list for searching this? Here, I'm not sure what's gonna pop up. Okay.
You might. It's an anime about a girl, like a 16-year-old girl, essentially catching feelings for a way younger girl and kind of keeping her in her house and never letting her go.
Ah.
Yeah, and the thing is that throughout the show, you see that like you see a bunch of people are looking for the missing girl, and despite like the show really shows you that yeah, objectively the status quo is a bad situation. That is the safest place that the little girl can be right now.
Ooh. Interesting. Is there like like what is the sort of details going on? Like what makes the rest of the world so dangerous?
Well, so you have two other people looking for that girl. One is her older brother who comes home from a like essentially very like very abusive father, and the mother kind of had a mental breakdown, and she kind of left the girl just
Hmm.
sitting in the streets, and that's how the main character finds her,
Hmm.
and like the the entire rest of the family kind of has issues mentally, and the other person is somebody who wants her safety, but it's kind of implied that if he doesn't do something to her right now, he will eventually.
Hmm.
I'm trying to dodge around certain terms.
No, no. I think we get what you're picking. I think we're picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah,
Ugh. I'm wondering who Tomoyaki Kagisora.
like
I'm
I
wondering
would,
who the if the author is male or female.
I believe the author is female. It
I'm
wouldn't.
seeing only they them pronouns being used when referring to this person, so but it's like it's interesting because like I feel like it kind of reminds me no, not really. It's interesting though because like actually, you know what? It kind of reminds me of a movie called or not a movie, but like a drama series called The OA, and in a way where like this person who hasn't really lived a very good life ends up it's a little bit different, but like it's almost like this it's so difficult because like I feel like just from the sounds of it, it feels like it's like of Happy Sugar Life, it's like people that get abused often tend to find themselves in situations like, well, at least I'm not home, but it's like, is this really a good situation? It gets so complicated, and I can't help but feel like if this was written by somebody who had some troubling home life experiences, you know?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah,
Yeah. But like, cause I, you know, I didn't exactly. I had a complicated home life myself, and I ended up getting in situations that was probably not the best, but it was the safest place I could be. And
Yeah,
finding
I will
safety in
say,
people that are honestly probably have intentions for you that aren't super great, you know.
yeah.
It's a complicated subject.
Hmm.
Anyway.
I will say just in again in Happy Sugar Life, the the father, he is an alcoholic, and the way they show him, we never see what he looks like. They show him like kind of like just a shadow. I actually really like how they do scenes with that character, but that was genuinely, I think, the best representation I've ever seen of a character being violent when they're drunk.
Hmm.
And it's purely because that looked very much how like my father would do that.
Yeah.
Well, me when he was drunk.
Where you kind of like, yeah, like the way that it's, you don't really think about what they look like. It's just the feeling almost.
Yeah, I will say my father never did to me what the character did in the show though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like we see him rip off the fingernails of his son.
Ooh. Oof. Oof.
Like that never happened to me. Thank God.
Yeah. Oof. I feel, yeah. The sorry, this fingernail gore kind of freaks me the frick out. But
Yeah.
so is it like kind of classified? Because I'm looking at this one image. Is it kind of like a horror series? Would you say, or is it like?
Yes, it's a horror series. I've found it because of I was watching a forum about Yuri,
Uh huh.
and
Uh
for
huh.
some reason that wasn't there, and I'm very scared why it was there. But yeah, no, it's very much a horror series.
Interesting.
Uh, Spaghetti asked if I watched Moral Oral. No, but I've seen clips of it. It looks really good.
I'm looking at like pictures of, and it seems like in most of the covers, it's not really not really showing that it's horror, but sometimes you get like ones that are. Oh, the first one. This is the first volume. And like if you like kind of look at it, if you don't look too closely at it, it's like, oh, it's a cute little anime girl with pink hair, but it's like, there's something else
Yeah,
going on here.
essentially the main character, the girl, has like every time that she leaves her house, and so she isn't with the little girl, you see like through her eyes everything kind of going gray and lame, and the moment that she goes back with go back in her house, everything lights up and looks really really sweet and cute.
Interesting. Okay. Maybe I'll look into it. Or it's kind of like playing with those different visualizations that you have in anime and using the seems to be using that sort of shoujo sweet aesthetic as a, yeah, when in the
Yeah,
reality what's happening in her house is probably more disturbing than what's going on outside.
yeah, I will say that if you or anybody listening wants to get into it, uh, be warned. It talks about very sensitive topics.
Yeah, interesting. I might look into it. Is it has an anime, right?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
that's how I consumed it at least. Uh,
Okay.
and it does have a manga as well,
Mhm.
which seems to be longer.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think I've talked about everything I wanted.
Awesome. I'm gonna start wrapping up the stream then, I think.
Sure.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Gwen, do you have anything you want to plug?
Nothing of my own.
Okay.
I don't know. You guys should watch the first episode of Dan Da Dan.
I'll look into it. I'll look into it. All right.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Have
I know it's your
have a
new
good one.
obsession.
Have a good one.
Bye bye.
Bye.
All right. Looks like everybody. Spaghetti trying to disturb me with scary pictures of eyes. No, thank you. Ah. All right. I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you so much for joining me tonight on our little excursion. Um, Now, usually on Sundays we have a game night. Um, it's unfortunately going to be canceled tonight. I need to retool the formats because the server's getting really big, and the last couple of game nights have been very chaotic. So I need to figure out a new format for that. So stay tuned while I figure that out, as in the on the admin side. They are going to be kind of suspended going forward. But we are going to be streaming again tomorrow night with Mothra and Squeakers, two friends of the channels, for Minecraft Mondays. We're on our Skyblock multiplayer server. It's modded. We got the create mod and a couple other mods in there. So if you're interested in that, please subscribe. We're gonna go live tomorrow evening at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, and that'll be our next stream. Um, Moreover, we've got some more Halloween fun times planned. We're gonna have another movie night next weekend. We're kind of alternating between like actual horror film and then maybe something a little more friendly and goofy. Let me double check what our next movie is planned. And it's always going to be on Saturday evenings at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. And I got some other projects on the works. I have 2 edited videos planned right now for the month of October. Um, yes. Next Saturday, we're actually not starting at 6:30. We're starting earlier in the day. It's gonna be our Scooby-Doo movie marathon. We're gonna watch a bunch of Scooby-Doo movies. Try to get through as many as possible. So if you like Scooby-Doo, join the Discord server. We're going to be doing a marathon next weekend on Saturday. But thank you so much for coming to my stream. Uh, don't forget to give this stream a like and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you guys all next time. Bye bye.